And now it's time for Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner.
Hey, welcome in. Back to the Futures is back again here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, Brandon Sprague, out here in Portland. And joining me, as always, is my co-host out there in Dallas, Texas. Yeehaw, Cowgirls. Everybody stand back. We've got Cowboy himself, Will the Thrill, the greatest stepdaddy in the Big TX, joining the show. Will Ortner, how we doing?
Well, I'm just happy to be the not the stepfather, but the father that stepped up. You know, I'm enjoying it out here, trying to get a different lay of the land. It's way warmer. I'm like working out all the time now because it's always really warm, and I can't be as fat as I want to be.
There you go. I mean, look, slim down, attract more mommies. Totally get it. It's a good game plan for you. How much of the I know you got a new gig, and we won't talk about that for weird reasons, but I know you're covering the NFL pretty closely. NFL preseason week 1 is here. It is past us. We had all the games. I was at a game. I flew back in time to do the show today. Let's start with this. Let's start with Shedeur Sanders, which I just want to note for the record, because we'll talk about this guy. Is it not the most odd thing maybe ever NFL history? Can you find a more odd guy that was drafted in 5th round being talked about 80-1 over the guy that was a 0-star recruit coming out of high school that ended up being the number 1 pick in the NFL draft? Has that you can never point me in another time in NFL history where the media collectively says, let's talk about the 4th-string quarterback of the Cleveland Browns who's going to start a preseason game, and let's barely pay attention at all to the number 1 pick in the NFL draft.
Well, just because of what the Sanders have been able to build. I mean, Prime was like kind of the originator of that. Diva seems like the wrong way to explain it, but he's the first real football player that had a personality, had that persona, maybe even first athlete, at least that I can think of, maybe Ricky Henderson, where it's just like, that's a different cat. And people from all over the sporting landscape, but even non-sports fans, like they knew who Deion Primetime Sanders was. Like he grabbed headlines by himself. He helped make the cornerback position a lucrative position to play, right? And so Shedeur and Shiloh and Deion Sanders Jr., who is their social media guy, they've all just built upon that and built upon that and built upon that. And that empire where, like, you look at Cam Ward, he's the epitome of that 0-star recruit, right? Like he doesn't really talk to the media. When he talks to the media, it's all about like, hey, I come in to the facility at 3:30 in the morning, and then I don't leave until 10:30 or 11 o'clock at night. He's more of a, just show up and do the work, lead by example, where there's always going to be more flash and glitz and glam when it comes to the Sanders, especially Shedeur. But I will say this, like, yeah, he got the start because there were some injuries and, Joe Flacco's old. I thought he was fine, man. I'm not going to come out here and say, like, the Nike ad campaign's the next version of Bo Knows. Like, hey, as soon as he has a good play or two, you go get the tweet out, make sure everyone sees him doing the Shedeur Sanders, money time, dime time, whatever it is that he does. But I felt like he had a good game. But I'm not going to come in here and say now he should be the starter. But I think with all the media and the buzz that they have around him, I think you're going to start hearing that narrative the minute that you see a bad pass from any Browns quarterback that isn't Sanders.
Well, I think there's a couple different things here. I think I'm separating this, right? Like, we can talk about Shedeur's performance. I watched it on the DVR. I'm just simply stating, like, is it not odd that we're paying attention to and I get what you're saying, like the attention and the media-driven stuff. Like, you're not wrong there. But the DVR, yeah, that's an old school term there.
Use tape.
Is it? I mean, I almost wonder, do we not talk about Cam Ward more? It could be a combo deal here, right? It could be Deion and his family and how much attention they draw to themselves. But also, like, and I mean no disrespect here, but also seriously, it's got to deal with, like, the Tennessee Titans having Cam Ward, right? Like, if this was the Rams and Sean McVay, if this was Shanahan and the Niners, if this was the New York Giants with Cam Ward, I feel like he's talked about. I think the fact that he is at what feels like lame duck coach and also a nondescript, you don't think of anything really exciting for the last 20 years, when you think of the Tennessee Titans. Like it's Derrick Henry, right? And like a little bit of Tannehill. Outside of that, they haven't really been exciting to want to watch on a week in, week out basis since Aaron McNair and Eddie George. So I wonder how much of it has to do with the franchise that took Cam Ward. And I know Cam Ward isn't a great soundbite, but he's also pretty honest, right? He says he's mid in a practice. I think a lot of it has to do with the Titans. And I mean no disrespect Titan fans there, but your franchise is kind of like not exciting to talk about. At least they haven't been for a few years.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And maybe it's because I sit next to our Giants guy at the news spot, but I've heard a lot about Jackson Dart, right? Like you hear a lot about the other quarterbacks in this draft, not just Shedeur Sanders. Obviously, Shedeur seems to be the number one media driver, just because like the minute he was announced as a starter, everyone was getting hyped up for the game. Obviously, during the game when he was playing well, I mean, Josina Anderson was taking shots at the Giants, and the Giants hadn't even played yet. So you don't even know if Jackson Dart was the right person or Shedeur Sanders was the right person. Guess what? By the way, it's still too soon to tell. I would say you need 4 or 5 years to go because you look at RG3 and Andrew Luck, I think there's a conversation where you could have said, hey, man, RG3 was the right guy. I think that you could look back down the line. Remember Vince Young, that guy, he won a Rookie of the Year, right? He was awesome his first year in Tennessee, and then he flamed out really quickly. So anyone who jumps to, hey, this guy is a superstar, this guy is not this early, they're trying to clickbait you a little bit. But I do think that, yes, Cam Ward is boring. Yes, the Titans are boring. And so that mixes for a perfect story of why would we even talk about them? Like their best case scenario this year is probably a 5-6 win team, maybe. They just have so many holes to fill and so many things that they need to do to build this team back up because, frankly, they're not well run, right? But I also do think that there is something to be said when it comes to talking points, and you have one of the more boisterous and more personality-driven players of all time in Deion Sanders, and then you have his kids. And to be honest, ever since Deion got the job at Jackson State and he brought Shedeur along with him and Shiloh and obviously Travis Hunter, who's not his kid, but at this point he kind of is, right? It does feel like they've been building on this narrative and building and building and building, and now you're getting that perfect crescendo right now, and that's what you saw on this preseason week 1, and that's why everyone was talking about it.
Well, Shedeur got the start. You mentioned it because of the injuries to Gabriel and Pickett. They're not going to play Flacco. He's 41 friggin' years old. Shedeur goes out there, a little bit of a slow first quarter, but came out 14 of 23 for 138 yards. You math whizzes out there will calculate that's about a 9-yard average. Pretty damn good. 2 touchdowns, no picks. Browns ended up getting the win. I don't know if wins and losses really matter to people. If he would have lost and had the same numbers, I don't think people would have been like, oh, my God, he's not a winner. But also, like, to your point, that was a good game. He gave himself a C+. He joked with a Cleveland radio host in the postgame, like, hey, man, you going to say something positive about me? You never say anything positive. I think overall Shedeur has handled things very well. And now you can simply point to the draft and say probably didn't in the process is why he slipped. But also, like, as somebody that watched him play a little bit of his highlights at Jackson State and 2 years at Colorado, I'll say this. I like, and it's preseason. I wasn't surprised he played well. The guy showed at Colorado he knows how to play football. He knows how to play quarterback. Now, is he a starting caliber quarterback? Is he a second-string quarterback? I don't know, man. It's still early. What if Gabriel goes out there and lights it up more and they win again? Or, you know, like I think we still have so much ahead to evaluate before we get to a conclusion. But it's like it wasn't surprising if you told me Shedeur's going to have a good game against the Panthers in his preseason debut. I'd have been like, yeah, I watched him have good games in college. So, like, that wasn't surprising to me. I don't know what it means in the grand scheme, but I will say there was one report that basically I saw Stefanski's postgame. He refused to really talk about depth chart stuff. There is some internally wondering, like, did he kind of shock the Browns coaches of how well he played, given how little he played with 1s and 2s? And I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. Because I coach my daughter's basketball team, and we have players that, like, when we play, man, they stand out. When we practice, they struggle a little bit. We call those gamers. And I think Shedeur is a gamer. I just think he's a dude that you put in a moment and he can produce. Doesn't mean he's going to be perfect. Doesn't mean he's going to be starting quarterback. But it was like I thought it was weird how surprised people were that Shedeur Sanders played well in a game of football.
Well, I also think that with Sanders, you have a lot of the people that are going to put a shine on no matter how he does, right? We've seen it before. That first year at Colorado really wasn't that good, not necessarily from his play, but from a team standpoint, right? Like you have your first couple, they went 3-0.
Terrible.
Right. But they started the year 3-0. Everyone's talking about them being a playoff team. And then, it all goes downhill after the Oregon game where Oregon stomps them out at Autzen. But the other thing with him, you have these people that are always going to bring a shine to him. You also have a lot of people that are going to downplay any of his accomplishments just because they don't like the sideshow around him, whether that's fair or not fair, right? And I do think that there are some people that are a bit surprised by how he played because either they didn't take the time to truly watch a lot of the Colorado games or they bought into their own narrative or other people's narratives that they hold in high regard where you have a lot of negative press around Shedeur. Basically, since this draft process has started, he doesn't take it seriously. His dad's his own agent. As soon as, he slides in the draft, he goes and finds his own agent because they were handling it improperly. Mm-hmm. He comes in and he's going to be the fourth string behind all these quarterbacks. They drafted another guy who has similar, arm strength issues 2 rounds ahead of him. So, what is he going to turn into? And so then when he goes out in a preseason game, everyone starts overreacting. Go, oh, my God, look at how well he did. I do want to remind most people, and I don't know the complete ins and outs of which starters played for the Panthers or if every starter played. That's completely possible. But I watched the Seahawks game start to finish. Aside from the rookie starters or guys who were really battling it out for a position, none of the starters started in that game. The Raiders, on the other side, their starters played one series and then they were out. So as well as Shedeur looked, just remember, hey, the playbook's a little bit different. Everyone is trying things out, right? So you're not up there making big audibles. You're not necessarily trying to get big chunk plays and big yards. You're trying to see what works and what doesn't work. Is Shedeur able to go out there and make all the calls? So do you shrink the playbook a little bit to make his life easier on him? If you're the Carolina Panthers, are you trying to add in more blitz situations? Are you trying to sit back in coverage more just so that you can get different looks for different things? It's not a normal football game. I would equate it more to like a high school scrimmage where you just call plays to see if it works or if your guys can handle it or how they handle it, right? Sometimes you make calls on purpose for your guys to look bad. In the game you went to, San Francisco, they went for it on a fourth down, deep in their own territory when they were getting blown out. There was no reason to do that. In a real game, Shanahan doesn't do that, but he did it in that game and in that moment because he wanted to see what his guys could do. Sean Payton in that game called a bunch of timeouts so that they could get the ball back right at the end of the first half so his guys could go through a 2-minute drill type situation. So as good as Shedeur looked, I'm really taking a lot of it with a grain of salt because we don't know the entire situation of what's going on both sides. What are they looking for? What are they trying to do? It's a cool story. Do it when it matters, right? Do it when real bullets are flying. Right now, you're still kind of going through the trainings of everything.
From one quarterback having a good night to another quarterback not having a good night during the week, going into the weekend, we had Ravens-Colts, and so Anthony Richardson was announced as the starting quarterback for the Colts. Pretty pivotal year. Feels like the Colts are sitting in a place where they're probably not in a win situation. If you have them I think it's, Zach, could you look this up? I think at BetMGM I saw if you have them under 6.5 wins, which is an alternate line, because I think their over-under was 7.5, 8.5. If you go alternate line 6.5 under, you're at plus money. I think the Colts are going to be in a competition for the number 1 pick, and I think the Colts might completely restart their organization in many ways. And one of them might be at quarterback. Richardson has only sub 60% quarterback last year in completion percentage. Pretty pivotal season. Goes out against Baltimore. Everybody's kind of watching going, all right, what are you? Can you dominate here? And I don't know, man. He gets hurt. He doesn't see the cut. It's like one of those. He doesn't see the blind side. He doesn't read the situation. He dislocates his pinky. Daniel Jones comes in and sucks. So, Colts under 6.5, is plus 150. I have a hard time going under that, but if you think they're under 5.5, that's plus 260. And if they're Tennessee Titan bad under 4.5, it's 4-1. So give me a couple thoughts real quick because we got 60 seconds. We'll carry this over. Anthony Richardson, your thoughts when you saw him go down?
Yeah, I think he's clearly not learned the aspect that he needs to learn the most. He has all the athleticism in the world. He's a freak athletically. His issue is between the ears. And right there, you had a 5-man pass protection, and you had a 6 guy coming off the edge in a blitz. Like, you need to shift your line protection there so that you stay upright. And he didn't. And that's why he's not going to be the starter this year. And that's why, Sprague, you're probably right. The bet is the under on the win total. Maybe it's time to look at some alternate lines.
Let's carry a little bit of that over. We got other quarterbacks that made their debut, some more preseason conversation, some college football as well. Football sickos are here. It is, I'm Brandon Sprague. That's Will Ortner. Back to the Future's back with more on the BetMGM Network.
Back to the Futures. We'll be back with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Grab your flux capacitor and let's go back to the futures with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network.
All right, welcome back to the futures here on BetMGM, the BetMGM Network. It's great to be here. Kenny and Zach doing a great job behind the scenes, hitting the ones and the twos. I'm Brandon Sprague. I'm co-host of this great program out here in Portland, Oregon, USA, where we're currently experiencing a heat wave. It's 99 degrees right now as I talk to you on the West Coast. And joining me, again, as always, is my great co-host, Will the Thrill Ortner, live from Dallas, Texas, because that's where the Ortner's going to be. Let's get to some more football here. So, Richardson, you played offensive line. You were a college football player. I'm just telling you as a football fan, not knowing X's and O's the way that some in the industry do. I watched that play live and I went, what is he doing? How do you not see that guy out there by himself? And then, like, it's one thing to maybe see it, not slide protection or call somebody in to chip some, you know what I mean? Like, to not ask for help. Right. It's another to, like, completely look to the opposite side and not even recognize that a blitzer's coming. If he just does a little over-the-top dump pass, he's not getting hit, and the play's probably going for 12 yards. I mean, this is a nice little gainer. Like, and I think that's kind of where my thing was. Statistically, I had no evidence that he was good. I just was holding out, like, okay, maybe this will settle things, and he'll be a 65 completion percentage guy, and his athleticism will take over. Well, one, we know he can't stay healthy. I mean, every time the dude gets hit, he gets hurt seemingly. But two, like, I just watched that, and I'm a no-name guy that never played elite football. Watching this, going, what? How are you not? You're supposed to recognize. I'm an idiot, and you're not recognizing this, and I am. And so, like, I'm out. I'm sure he's going to start some games. If I was a Colts fan, I would just be biting my tongue until I get Riley Leonard, starting for me until that happened. And so I'm just like looking at it right now as my camera goes haywire. I'm out. Like, I have no evidence he's good and even like remotely okay. What say you as a guy who played offensive line?
Oh, I mean, we had this conversation a couple of weeks ago and I was out on him then. It's weird because we have this thought process in, like, they always say, hey, you can't teach size, you can't teach speed, you can't teach athleticism. And that's very clear, right? Because he has all of those things. But we have this belief that you can teach football IQ because sometimes you can. But with some players, for whatever reason, it just never gets across to them. And honestly, it's probably something that started in youth football for him. Like, I would have to assume that Anthony Richardson, because he's the most athletic guy, or one of the most athletic guys in the NFL, he was probably the most athletic guy on every team he played for. He was probably the most athletic kid in middle school when he was a sixth grader. He was probably the most athletic guy in high school when he was a freshman. And those coaches, it's kind of on them for the malpractice of not teaching them and not teaching him the game the correct way. And that's clearly becoming an issue for him here. I mean, you talk about him not being able to stay healthy. Well, I mean, shoot, he wouldn't be hurt right now if he knew how to identify a blitz coming from the field. If he had any idea at all that, hey, there's a blitz coming from over here, there's about 4 different things you can do. You can slide protection. You can bring a running back or a receiver in to help block for you. You can call a hot route, so you're throwing right where he's coming from. Or you can just out-athlete him if you think you're that much of a star. Lamar Jackson does this all the time. Josh Allen does it from time to time where, hey, there's a blitz coming from over here. I've identified where the blitz is coming from. I think I'm faster than this guy, and I can wait half a second and then get out right when he thinks he has me and then make a big-time play or a big-time throw. Mahomes does it too, of course, right? Like, Russell Wilson was the king of this. How many times did defensive players have a run at the back of Russell Wilson when he was young and in Seattle and still was okay with running around a time or two? And then he'd just kind of flip his hips, get back outside of them. And now you're playing backyard football where anything can happen, and he'd make good throws to Baldwin or to Curse, right? So you look at Anthony Richardson, you have a myriad of different options that you can choose from. But instead, he gets absolutely smoked because he has no idea of what's going on and what's coming after him. And at this point, I think a lot of his injuries are on him. Like, as unfortunate as that is to say, sometimes you have guys, like we're going to talk about, I'm sure, Rashawn Slater. That's not Rashawn Slater's fault that his cleat caught and his knee popped. That's not on him, man. Sometimes freak things happen. But unfortunately, and not to be, kind of the bearer of bad news or a jerk here, if you have a free rusher that smokes you in the face because you had no idea it was coming, that's on you, dude. And at this point, the injuries are stacking up, and he's not making adjustments. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again, expecting a different result. And at this point, the Colts are insane if they keep playing him.
We had other debuts this week as the preseason was getting on. We'll get to the Rashawn Slater injury and what we think that means. Jackson Dart, man. How about Jackson Dart having a nice little outing for himself? 12 of 19 for 154 yards and a touchdown in his debut against the Bills. I got to watch this one in a nice little cafe in San Jose. Felt very sports bar-y, like, you know what I mean? Felt like a regular season vibe. I was eating a bomb breakfast burrito, and I had Jackson Dart just wheeling and dealing right on in front of me on a 55-inch. Overall, I really like Jackson Dart coming out of college. This is interesting to me because I think Jameis Winston, not Russell Wilson, will end up playing more starts than Russell. I just don't buy Russell Wilson anymore. I think his yards per average in that game was like 4. I'm out on Russell Wilson. I think Jameis Winston's the better quarterback anyway. But I could see Jackson Dart like week, I think a slightly later version of Drake May. Giants might not be awful. I could see JMO keeping them around 500, and then maybe they fall a few weeks in a row. Vibes get kind of bad. It's week 13, 14. Jackson Dart the rest of the way. What say you with the Giants situation? Jackson Dart having a good game and having Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston ahead of him.
Yeah, I kind of think it's the same as you, maybe a little bit earlier. I don't think he gets all the way past double-digit weeks before he gets to play some time, especially if he keeps looking the way that he is. Brian Daboll knows that his job is going to be tied to Jackson Dart, and so the sooner that he can get him in and get him in looking competent, even if they don't make the playoffs, that might be a way for Daboll to save his job, especially if you have a run where, I don't know, Dart comes in and you win like 4 of your last 5 or something along those lines. Maybe you win 6 of your last 8, 7, whatever.
I just think, I just think they need him to look good. I don't even know if it's wins and losses for Daboll. I'm with you, though. It seems like tie yourself to him. But if he looks good, even if you don't win, I think of an ownership group, the Mara family could go, okay, we didn't win, but there's something here.
Right. I agree with you. I think it's Russ. Like, Russ will start. I think Jameis is too much of a wild card. Like, unfortunately for him, God hasn't delivered him from interceptions, and he continues to throw them. Like, he is a risk taker. He's a gunslinger. And no amount of LASIK eye surgery can help fix him there, right? And so, to me, look, I'm with you. Russ is done. He does seem cooked at this point, but he's not going to turn the football over. And so, using him in that game managerial type of role, you can at least be semi-decent, semi-competent, and you're at this point just biding your time until you can get Jackson Dart in there. So if it's 4, 6, 7 weeks, don't be shocked, I think, if it's Russ over Jameis, but then as soon as it's time to move on from Russ, I think they just go right to Jackson Dart.
We don't talk about the big uglies up front much. We know who they are, but Rashawn Slater is definitely one of those, right? He's one of those that when he plays, you just don't worry. And the Chargers paid him because of that reason. Unfortunately for him last week, non-contact, knee exploded, Rashawn Slater out for the year. Now they're going to slide Alt to the left. I don't know. You'd be more inclined and able to tell me like what that switch means, from a big ugly standpoint. They're going to bring in Trey Pipkins, who's their backup. He's going to play right for Alt. And so they're just going to hope for a mash unit. Now, I know they played today against the Saints. They're still not really playing starters. Herbert didn't play. Overall, what say you with the Chargers? How does Rashawn Slater's injury change your feeling on the Chargers? They're over-under at BetMGM's 9.5, minus 130 to make the playoffs, plus 110 to miss. Super Bowl odds are 28-1, and the AFC odds are 12-1. What say you with Rashawn Slater of the Chargers now with that injury?
I'll say thank goodness he got paid. Like, thank goodness he got paid before this injury, because that patellar tendon blow up, you're never the same after that. Like, it's weird to say, you'd rather have an MCL tear. You'd rather have an ACL tear. Like, when you pop, because what the patellar tendon is that's what connects the leg bones to the kneecap, right? Like, that's a bad, brutal injury, and no one's ever come back from that and really been the same, even in the trenches. Like, sometimes you'll have guys that have bad tears or bad breaks, but because of the nature of the beast that is the trenches and not having to really get out and run or move too much, you're able to still, piece together a halfway decent career. And I hope that Rashawn Slater is the one who bucks this trend, right? Medical advances are getting further and further every single year, but it just feels like with this one, like, unless, we're on the cutting edge and we're getting closer to our patellar tendon version of a Tommy John type surgery, I don't know that this guy's going to ever be the same again. And he was a Pro Bowl, perennial guy who had a shot at being an All-Pro every single year. Now, I don't know if this is going to be the difference between one win and one loss. Like, do you switch to betting on all the unders? I think I kind of lean towards gambling on the Chargers not to make the playoffs now, just simply because it feels like a toss-up that's already a hard division. Joe Alt, I think, is going to be able to make the move over to left tackle fine. Remember, that's where he played in Notre Dame. He's a natural left tackle. He was just playing right tackle because they had one of the best left tackles in the game in Slater. So it was smarter to have two really good tackles out there and find a way for them to play. And, instead of having Joe Alt fighting Rashawn Slater for it, one being the backup, that just wouldn't make sense. And I think Alt will be fine. And I think Herbert, for the most part, will be fine. But I do think that there is value in the under, because when you lose a tackle like that, you lose depth in a position that, frankly, there isn't a lot of depth. I don't know exactly how many preseason games you watched this weekend, Sprague, but I'll tell you right now, when you start getting into the 2s, the 3s of those offensive linemen, man, is it rough. No offense to the other positions out there, but I can find a fast guy to go play corner. I can find a fast guy who has halfway decent hands to go play wide receiver. It is hard to find a dude who is 6'5" plus, 320 pounds plus, that can move and is smart and can communicate. And there's a chemistry that's built up on that offensive line. Those are things that are hard to find. So now you're losing one of the best tackles in the game and you're in that division. I think there's a little bit of value in taking the plus money to miss the playoffs. I still think they're going to be right there, but I would take the plus money if I was going to gamble on them.
I mean, I was already worried about their target situation. But as I said a couple weeks ago on the show, I was pretty high on the Chargers. I thought they would be the second best team in that division. I took a gambling flyer on them to win the division at 3 or 4 to 1. And so I don't feel great about that. And I just watched Denver up close, and Denver's first team offense struggled against the Niners' second team unit. But I will say the thing that stood out about Denver was the depth. It was like their third and fourth string was substantially better than San Francisco's third and fourth string. And sometimes with long seasons, that's what it comes down to. It's depth, and it's replacing guys. Slater's a devastating injury. I still think a world exists where they go 10-7, tie with Denver. Denver has a tiebreaker. Denver finishes second. Chargers get in as one of the last wild card teams. That's how I view it. I mean, I will gamble on Harbaugh and Herbert as a combo package. I am worried about the targets, yes. I am worried about the Slater injury and what that's going to mean on the right side if Joe Alt can be okay on the left. But I'm still getting Herbert and Harbaugh. I'll gamble that. I'll take that. I think I like that. I'll bet them to make the playoffs, although I actually won't because it's minus money. I will take the over of 9.5. I could see a 10-7 season, maybe a stinker or two in there, but also like, oh, look at the Chargers today. I don't know how much stock I put into Keenan Allen's return. Keenan Allen was available for everybody and nobody wanted to pick him up. But as devastating as the injury is, I think they can overcome and be a respectable 10-7 type team. I would bet the over there. I'm going to take the Chargers on the over of 9.5 and just kind of gamble on, I don't know, the experience of a wise and smart coach and a pretty damn good quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, Harbaugh's a winner, so I don't hate that. I think they're going to be right at this number anyways. And unfortunately, the way the NFL works, like as good as Rashawn Slater is he really worth a full win? Like, I'm not trying to downplay it, but there's one position in the NFL that really makes a difference when it comes to wins and losses, and that's the quarterback position. That's just the way that football goes. Like, is it going to be more difficult for the Chargers to run the ball or protect Herbert? Yes. Are they still going to be able to do it? Is Harbaugh smart enough to do it? I also think, yes, he is able to do that too.
Right. All right. Good NFL conversation. If we got anything left, we'll carry it over to the other side. But coming up next, college football. Somebody in college football made waves, and there was a comment said. So we'll talk some college football. We are football sickos here. Back to the Futures, back with more on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be back with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Grab your flux capacitor and let's go back to the futures with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we one final segment for us here on Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network. A nice reminder for you is to step into the batter's box with BetMGM. Snag this odds boost token and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on your MLB bet this season. I think what I love about doing this show, one, it's 1 hour, so it flies right by. We have a lot of fun doing it. Two, I think what I love the most is when like four bros get together and all four think their opinion is the right opinion. So like I'm out here and I'm like, give me alternate line Colts or Dolphins -5.5 because they're 1.5 point underdogs at Indy. And Zach's like, I don't know. And then Kenny comes on and goes, you're wrong, you idiot. And then Kenny comes in with a hot take of like, this guy sucks. And I'm not going to name names. I don't want to out Kenny. I'll let Kenny do that on his own. I think that's what I love about football is we're all watching the same thing, but we're all having different takeaways. And that's what makes it so exciting is week in and week out. We all can feel confident. We don't know. The Colts could win by 20 against the Dolphins, and I'll look like an idiot. And so, like, that's what's great about the game. It's what's exciting about gambling on it is, like, you're laying a bet, and when you win, you're a genius. But most of the time, you're losing, and it's like, damn, football is football today.
It's the beauty, too, of just guys being dudes. Like, there's nothing better than sitting in a room with a bunch of your buddies for a night, having a couple adult Capri Suns and then just talking about football. And half of the time you'll be watching the same game. You guys will just be reiterating the same points over and over again, but you'll have that one argument that'll just last like the next month and a half in the group chat. It'll go back and forth. It's what makes football special. I had 100 messages yesterday from a fantasy football group chat over if it was okay for a person to use the waiver wire already. Already there was a guy who was trying to add and drop players in a keeper league, and he tried to pick up a rookie, and it led to chaos for 5 hours. I had to turn my phone off. I couldn't even put it on Do Not Disturb. It was blowing up that much, and that's just guys being dudes talking ball.
I'm going to get to some college here in just a sec. Is there any other preseason stuff you want to talk about? Cam Ward didn't play that much. We had a 70-yard field goal. I'll say this. I'm a big fan of this guy. Big fan. Think he's going to be a good NFL player. I thought it was a huge reach to trade up and take Travis Hunter for what Jacksonville paid, and it's only one preseason game. Not much of an impact. No returns, 2 catches, 5 yards, no defensive stats at all. I'm not saying he won't be a good NFL player. I just think for where he's picked and what they traded, I would have been a little livid as a fan. And it kind of felt like maybe they tried to do the exciting thing, like, hey, look at us, we got the two-way guy. Maybe he'll be great. I don't want to overreact, but that was kind of my takeaway on draft night. I just don't believe in trading up. Even if he's an elite cornerback, I don't believe in trading up and taking a cornerback at that spot. What say you on Travis Hunter and what you saw?
Yeah, with Travis Hunter, I would say if he was just a cornerback, there's no reason we'd be crucifying Jacksonville for trading up and going and picking him there. If he was just a wide receiver, we'd be crucifying Jacksonville for trading up and taking him there. But because he plays 2 ways, we're like, yeah, then that makes sense. Like, you should definitely do that. The move just in general didn't make sense for where they were. That's hey, you're 1 player away. Hey, you're the Seattle Seahawks in 2014, and you need a dynamic playmaker, so you give up a first rounder for Percy Harvin, right? Like, you need that big-time edge rusher or whatever, so you make a big trade for like a Von Miller type, right? Or like the Rams, where they kept kicking the can down the road, and they kept making big splashes with older free agents so that they could have a team set up for the Super Bowl. Jacksonville isn't that, right? To be honest, I think they're further away from a Super Bowl than most people give them credit for, just because I don't buy into Trevor Lawrence. I think that's a failed experiment, unfortunately, probably more so due to injury. So, yes, I agree with you there. The other person that I noticed, and I get it, again, preseason, don't get over your skis, a lot of limited snaps. 3 pass rush attempts, 3 pressures from Abdul Carter. Oh, good Lord, what the Giants have on that defensive line. Now, they don't have a lot of great anywhere else, and who knows, maybe Jackson Dart will be the guy. But when you have Kayvon Thibodeau, you got Burns on the other side, and then you can just let Abdul Carter be a hellraiser wherever he is at. Like, that is scary, and that could be something that does keep them afloat while they're waiting for Jackson Dart to get ready. I was very impressed with Abdul Carter, especially with, kind of the downplaying of his accomplishments, it felt like, as you got closer and closer to the draft.
Well, I would add to that too. Like, I know you know it, but like, they have a real argument that they might be the best D-line in football this year. Don't forget about Dexter Lawrence in the middle. So You've got Thibodeau, you've got Burns. If Carter is doing that kind of stuff now, and then Lawrence is plugging the middle, like, the Giants are interesting. I really do think they're better off with Jameis. I disagree with you. I understand Jameis is risky. He's going to throw pick sixes. I take a guy moving the ball down the field than a quarterback that's dumping it 3-4 yards and saying, shucks, we're punting. It's 4th and 2. You know what I mean? Like, no thank you to that. Yeah. You're very limited when you play with that. So I'd rather just go JMO for that reason. They might be, though, with what they are, they're one of those like good bad teams where I could see Dart starting from at the end of the year and just, you know what I mean? Like, people feeling better about it. And I watched that game and I'm like, dude, from Russell Wilson, screen pass, to Dart moving the ball, I'm just like, that's a quarterback. That is what I want the quarterback to do. I don't want check downs. Like, look, I'm a big believer. I think the Denver Broncos could be a sneaky AFC title team, not to maybe win the conference, but to get to an NFC conference title game. But there were moments even watching in San Francisco where I'm like, yo, Charlie check down here. Like Bo Nix just like, let me get the 3 yards. And I'm like, that's fine, but there's a limit to it. You got to move the ball down the field. And so it just when quarterbacks do that, and that's like kind of their go-to, it makes me a little hesitant on it. Overall, though, man, we'll see what happens. I know it's preseason. It's week 1. We're all so excited. I think somebody on the internet said it really well. Doesn't it feel like the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks before the season starts feels like the worst stretch of your life because you have takes, but you don't feel as confident in them because you haven't had regular season football played. So it's like, oh, I saw so-and-so go against the third stringers and he killed it. Yeah, but it was the third stringers. Or, oh, Travis Hunter didn't do anything. Yeah, well, what if week 1 he gets a pick and 6 catches and a touchdown? I'm going to look like an idiot. So let me ask you quickly. We'll go to college football. What is a successful season for Travis Hunter in your mind?
A successful season for him would be, I don't know if it's top rookie.
What makes Jags fans say, yes, we made the right move?
He's probably got to have 700 plus yards receiving. He's probably got to have somewhere between 5 to 7 plus touchdowns. And then defensively, he's probably going to have a cover rate of, I don't know, 85% maybe, right? Like, so they're completing the ball 50% of the time they go against him. He's probably got to have an interception or two, which ironically enough, like he wasn't really known for that in Colorado. He was known for being, the seatbelt, lock him in, and you don't even try to attempt to throw his way, kind of a Darrelle Revis, as opposed to I know Honey Badger was a safety, but a DB in the same sense, or like a Richard Sherman, where Sherman gave up more catches, but he had more turnovers that he forced. So maybe not, more than like 3 or 4 interceptions, but he's got to create turnovers in that way. And he needs to be, I wouldn't say like a lockdown complete, shut everyone down, but you got to be talking about him as a Pro Bowler, I think, to equate for what you gave up. You gave up too much for him to not be essentially close to the Pro Bowl on both sides of the ball. And I don't know that that's a fair ask to ask anyone.
Archie Manning made headlines this past week, by telling a reporter that, quote, Arch Manning will be in the 2026 draft. He will not be leaving Texas after 1 year. Now, some people aren't buying this. If Arch has a great year, people are like, really? He's not going to leave? And I'm like, the Mannings are different, bro. They all played 4 years. He's making, we don't know how much he's actually making. They're never going to report the full number. That dude might be making $10 million a year to be the king of Austin, Texas, and live a great life with, pressure, but not as much pressure as being the franchise face of the Cleveland Browns or a franchise like that. So what say you on Arch Manning? Is there a possibility in your mind that he does go to the NFL draft and Archie doesn't know what he's talking about? Or does the king of that family kind of speak the truth of, no. He's coming back to Texas. What say you?
It kind of feels like they're doing this their own way, because conventional wisdom would be the minute that you can get out, you get out and you go into the NFL. But Arch doesn't have to do that. There's plenty of money throughout that entire family. Like even his dad, who didn't make it into the NFL, guess what? He does pretty well in the business world. Like he's doing just fine. There's a lot of money that's right. He doesn't like Arch doesn't need to go into the NFL like most of the other players. I also think that like when I hear this kind of quote from Archie, I give it more credence, because how many players do you see nowadays that have the type of pedigree that Arch had, or at least the same star ranking coming out of high school, that go to a school, don't get the starting job, and then immediately transfer? They all freaking do it, right? Or the ones who don't do it know that they'll be the starter the very next year because it's the senior year for whoever is there, right? Whoever's the quarterback, they're going to be gone within a year. Arch sat for 2. Yeah, he got a little bit of run last year, but he was the backup. And despite, Quinn Ewers having a lot of issues, there was never a point in time where Arch really got run as the starter other than when Quinn was hurt. And the minute Quinn came back, Arch went back to the bench. And the Mannings seemed to be fine with it. And Arch seems to be fine with it. So I kind of have to take Archie at his word. When any of the Mannings say something, they've really held true to it. whenever you thought they were going to do something conventional, they really haven't done it. So I guess I wouldn't be shocked if Arch stays.
Yeah, I think the bigger story is actually week 1 between Texas and Ohio State. Ohio State doesn't have a quarterback yet. Julian Sayin not running away in that quarterback competition. We'll get into more college football and NFL next week. Thanks to Kenny. Thanks to Zach. Will Ortner live from Dallas, Texas. I'm your host, Brandon Sprague. And we'll talk to you next week. Back to the futures on the BetMGM Network.
How far can Liam Cohen take Duval in his first season?
Have a
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
We are the betting show.
There is no other show on the planet that packs in more picks nightly.
With the big noise, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No, you never fade the Drake!
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock! It's over! It's a guarantee! It's easy money!
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's gone! It's gone!
Oh,
and it's gone!
no way!
It's gone! Holy God! It is gone!
I need to celebrate tonight with my family! Do it for my kids! Do it for my boy!
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise of the booming edition of BetMGM tonight. I'm Brad the Big Noise Evans, alongside the fantastic, ultra sexy one, the only Ryan Horvat. And we got a locked and loaded program for you on this Manic Monday. Of course, we're going to start things off with our top three bets tonight on our cards here momentarily. From there, we're going to get some insights from the play-by-play voice of the Carolina Panthers. Anish Shroff is going to be stopping by. Very impressive performance. So on a limited sample size for Bryce Young. Week one of the preseason. Ted McMillan also looked fantastic as well. So we're going to discuss all of the pertinent fantasy football options on that team and get Anish Shroff's insights, which he's already seeing that team inside and out every single day down there in North Carolina. From there, Parlay Pete's going to drop on by, get his parlay of the day on the board. We're going to say hello to our little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. We're going to roll the shoulders, get seduced by the deuce, and work in some bonus time wagers as well. Then we're going to the diamond, another edition of Better Up. We got 3 games out on the West Coast that we're going to handicap, whether from a player prop perspective, maybe a side, maybe a run line or total. Stick around as well for our Crew to Cash hot hit parlay tonight. It's approaching 4-1 odds, folks. So what is that 5-layer going to look like? Who is on that list? Stick around and find out in Seg 4, followed by College Cash. We're going to one of my favorite conferences, and not necessarily in tackle football, but in basketball, and that is the Mountain West. Is Boise State still going to be the pack leader in that league? Who's going to be the dregs of the keg? Will it be Nevada? And will they maybe exceed expectations? And man, are they low. So stick around. Going to be picking Ryan's brain about the Mountain West Conference tonight. And the numbers nerd is going to come out and give you some background statistical reasoning as well. Then we've got Anthony Krastrovents of MLB Network. He's going to be dropping in, talking everything tied to the Rawhide. Get his thoughts likely on our Chicago Cubs, who are just stinking up the diamond right now, really crushing my soul in so many ways. We're losing games in spectacular fashion. And the Brewers, they won't stink and lose. Nearly 30 games above 500. Best record of the Bigs at 73-44. Could they continue to really exceed expectations? We're going to ask Anthony Krastrovents that exact question. So stick around for that. Followed by Fantasy Flames, some of the standout performers in the world of fantasy football, week one of the preseason. And I know, again, it's a small sample size, but there were some really interesting takeaways I'm going to give you my thoughts on. Of course, Horvat may or may not echo the same sentiment, so stick around for that Fantasy Flames segment, followed by Spin Me Round. And we're continuing on in our ADP breakdowns. Tonight, we're going a part 2 of that exercise. So some of the names that we're going to discuss this evening, one in particular, which I'm really high on, and your boy might have gotten in a draft over the weekend in Canton, Ohio in the Kings Classic, Matthew Golden. We'll talk about Joe Mixon. Is that a worthy spot for him to go? Cooper Kupp, Jordan Mason. So a lot of interesting players that could really be make or break. And honestly, if they, come and live up to the hype, they could be difference makers in your league. So those middle rounds, always pivotal in fantasy football drafts. So going to give you various insights on a number of players. And finally, too, we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine broadcast. If you have any fantasy football questions for us, you want to talk sports betting, whether in college football, the NFL, the WNBA, Major League Baseball, you absolutely can. We're highly approachable. All you got to do to contact Tori and I is just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: at current odds, who is your best bet? And that's the critical phrase, best bet to lead the NFL in pass yards. Your options are Joe Burrow at plus 450, Dak Prescott at 10-1, Patrick Mahomes also at 10-1, or Jared Goff at 12-1. So far, over 250 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right to keep the votes coming. And drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise, on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Let me bring in my esteemed colleague right now, the one, the only, Ryan Horvath. And Horvath, I think one of the big takeaways over the weekend was the fact that Tyjae Spears exited on a cart. He has a high ankle sprain. He's going to miss, at least the next couple of weeks. An injury that could obviously linger in the regular season. Tony Pollard, who you and I have talked about repeatedly right here on BetMGM tonight, we felt he was a Rodney Dangerfield all-star. No respect, I tell you. No respect to go old school on you. Pollard's value now is going to skyrocket. A guy whose ADP is right now outside the RB top 25, but I moved him up in my ranks today at thegamingjuice.com to RB 20 overall. A great advanced analytics profile from last year, and of course, the early season opportunity share is going to rise. So what are your thoughts on Tony Pollard and Spears? Meanwhile, I think at this juncture, only a late round stab because those high ankle sprains, they can linger.
Yep, like you said, those high ankle sprains will linger. Even those first 2 drives, man, he was kind of dominating the snap share. And I agree, especially at running back 27, I agree with your upgrade. He's a top 20 running back. If you look at the 4 games without Spears on the field last year, and we got to remember, this is with Mason Rudolph behind center. Now, even though Cam Ward hasn't taken an official snap in a regular season game, I can promise you he's an upgrade over Mason Rudolph. I like Cam Ward quite a bit.
Yep.
He averaged 116 yards per game. 15.8 fantasy points per game. So he was a top 16 running back. I'm with you, man. I don't think he gets the credit that he deserves. And, if Spears is going to miss time, or even if he's limited with this high ankle sprain, I really like Tony Pollard. I think he could be a top 15 back.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, man. So definitely highlight his name on your fantasy football cheat sheet.
Yeah.
He was number 9 in yak per attempt last season. Outstanding. Number 19 total missed tackles for us. Number 18 in total yards created. Number 15 in expected fantasy points per game. Now the schedule's tough, especially in the early season. The first 3 games of the year for the Titans: at Denver, Godspeed. At home against the Rams, could be a little bit better, but still a pretty stiff and stout defense. And then you get the Colts at home. That is the game that could really maybe elevate and springboard him into the top 10 ranks that week alone. So he's going to be more than serviceable in the early season. And a guy, when dust settles in the first 3 weeks, is probably going to be in the back end of that RB2 conversation. So do not sleep too hard on Tony Pollard, a guy whose value is ascending right now with Tyjae Spears out with that high ankle sprain. All right, let's go and switch gears right now and get after with our card card this evening. These are our top 3 plays in the night in the world of sports betting. So, numero uno on your card, mi amigo. What you got?
All right, let's go with Alex Bregman going back to Houston. I saw he ate at Whataburger earlier today, so we're going to go over 1.5 total bags. A little bit of a revenge game. Obviously, no sample size here because he played for them, but he's only went over 1.5 total bags in 3 of his last 10 games. Did have 5 total bags on Saturday. I bet him earlier this season to lead the league in doubles. Then unfortunately he got hurt, but we're getting plus 115. I kind of like the home run price, but I'm just going to be safe here. Over 1.5 total bases for Bregman, plus 115 right now. And hashtag people forget he should be a Chicago Cub.
Oh, yeah, pouring down for the Cubs right now. I wish they had those kind of bats, which nobody with a thunk would have been an issue at this juncture. But the Cubs just flat out aren't scoring runs on a consistent basis. Numero uno on my card tonight, a guy that's raking at the dish on a consistent basis. That is the A's Brent Rooker. Give me the over 1.5 total bags. I got it earlier today at plus 100. Currently at minus 105 at BetMGM. He's taking on the Rays in that bandbox in the sack. He's gone over 1.5 total bags in 4 of his last 6 games. He's 3 for 8 lifetime against Tampa's Ryan Pepio, who was gotten peppered with hard hits for much of the season. I look at Rooker, he's hitting 290 with an 885 OPS at home this year. He's batting 302 over his last 15 days with 7 extra base knocks. Pepio, 5.53. Yikes! ERA in his last 5 starts. Though he only gave up 2 earned runs on 4 hits in 6 innings the last time he faced the Athletics back in early July. But I believe Brent Rooker collects at least a couple of bases tonight. Give me the over 1.5 total bags at plus 100 there at BetMGM. Numero dos on your card. Ryan, what else do you have?
All right, this one's a little gross, but it's a great story. Let's go with the Washington Nationals. Right now, you could grab them plus 130 at BetMGM, the great price, the best price that's available right now. It is moving against me, which is a little scary. So we're going to fade Bailey Falter, who's been terrible all season. He's given up 60 runs in 117 innings. He also has a 273 expected opponent batting average, a 17.2 whiff rate, a 4.81 expected ERA. He hasn't been great. Now, the problem is the Nats can't hit, but they're going to be starting Cade Cavalli tonight. He had a no decision in his start against the A's. It was his first start, struck out 6 batters, gave up only 3 hits, had 1 walk. That was his first start since August 26, 2022. He's one of their top prospects. Had really good stuff. So let's take a shot with the Nats tonight, plus 130 right now at BetMGM, and fade Falter and the Royals, who have been rough all season long.
I totally agree. Numero dos on my card. If you can't beat him, join him. And the team that is just habanero hot right now, that's the Milwaukee Brewers. So let's play a little same game parlay. Give me the Brewers on the money line and give me Andrew Vaughn, a guy that's been raking at the dish. All I need is a hit. Put those hands together. Not plus money, but minus 115 is all the more palatable because I think this one is going to come through. You look at Milwaukee, they're playing the Pittsburgh Pirates, and the Buccos, they're wielding a foam sword. Andrew Heaney on the bump tonight against Jose Quintana, who was awesome at his last start. You look at Andrew Vaughn, he's only 2 for 10 lifetime against a lefty in Andrew Heaney. But you look at against the LHPs this season, which Heaney is, he's batting 274, and he's batting 365 over the last 15 days. He's gotten a hit in 14 of his last 15 games. You look at Milwaukee, they have done a pretty good job against the Buccos this season, but they're really destroying everybody. They're 4-3 straight up against them this year. They've won 9 straight games, and even more attractive, Andrew Heaney, a 6.55 road ERA. So the Milwaukee Brewers doing it for the costume sausages. I think they win, and I think Andrew Vaughn gets a hit on that same game parlay, minus 115 again at BetMGM. Numero trace on your card. Horvat, bring it home.
All right, a little 2-for-1 special. Let's go with one of my favorite players to watch, man. Nick Kurtz for my A's. He's got a 1024 OPS, second in Major League Baseball among all hitters with at least 300 plate appearances. He trails Aaron Judge, and he's ahead of Ohtani, Cal Raleigh, Kyle Schwarber. He was AL Rookie and Player of the Month in July. only the 10th player in Major League Baseball history ever to win both in the same month, hitting 326 with 10 walks in 12 games since he had that 4-homer game. So he's been on fire, man. Let's go over 1.5 total bags. That's minus 105. And then I also took him tonight to have a double, which is plus 400. Small sample size. He's 0 for 2 against Pepio, so not like a great trend here, but hell of a player, and I like the price. So over 1.5 total bags, minus 105 will go for the card.
Yeah, I'll curtsy with you on that one. Give me the Valkyries, Zumbo Trace on my card. I'm going to go with an alt line minus 9.5, and I'm going to get it even Steven plus 100 juicer taking on the Connecticut Sun, who are woeful the last time the Sun went to Golden State. They got trounced 87-63. Golden State has covered 5 of their last 7 games against the spread at home. Again, they're just a little bit better of a club. They're at home. Connecticut stinks. I think they're going to blow them out again. I'm laying the 9.5 at a plus 100 juice. All right, we're going to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're talking Carolina Panthers, the play-by-play voice, Anish Shroff. So stick around, fantasy fans. You want some inside scoop? We're going to give it to you right here on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Probably the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this Manic Monday edition of the show. We're going to be talking to Anish Shroff here in a moment, breaking everything down about the Carolina Panthers. They were impressive with the first team on the field, scoring a touchdown. Then they got waxed in their first preseason game. But, it's just exhibition football. It doesn't mean jack nor squat, but still some impressive takeaways from some of the key fantasy components on that squad. So we're going to break it all down with Anish Shroff here momentarily. For the reminder, if you want to talk fantasy football with us, of course you do. If you want to talk sports betting as well, whether you're looking at the futures market in the NFL, college football, you look at the diamond action tonight in Major League Baseball or in the lone WNBA game, simple way to contact Tori and I to get our thoughts and opinions. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off a tweet or an X. So do so, again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Right now, let's jump out to the phones and talk to Anish Shroff. He is at the Carolina Panthers, a play-by-play voice. He's also a play-by-play announcer and on-air host for ESPN. Do us a favor, would you kindly, and give Anish a follow on the X, where he's always giving it to you there, at Shroff PXP. Again, at Shroff PXP. Anish, welcome to BetMGM Tonight. Let's go ahead and jump into it right now, my man. In Carolina's first preseason game, the fantasy community got a whole lot of Ted McMillan, at least a taste, in the early going. And Bryce Young and him hooked up impressively in a couple of catches for 43 yards. What have you seen of the youngster so far in training camp? What are your expectations for him in year one? And let me just set a random line for you. Over or under 999.5 receiving yards for McMillan this season?
Well, now I need my crystal ball. I just pulled out my jump to conclusions, Matt. But I think with Ted McMillan, listen, he's going to be their number one receiver this year. He's going to be the go-to target. You saw it in a couple instances where if he's got a one-on-one matchup, he's so good at the contested catch. And you saw it in the first preseason game. He's still a rookie, and he'll make mistakes like he did when he dropped the ball in the end zone that should have been a touchdown. But the upside is there. His catch radius is absurd. What I've observed in training camp and throughout practice, you throw the ball in his vicinity, odds are he's going to catch it. He can catch it off his helmet, off his hip, down by his knees. He can catch it with one hand. He's smooth doing it. So it may be maybe a slower build. He might not be, that impact guy right away. It may take a few weeks, but I do think by the end of the season, he's going to be your number one wide receiver.
We were doing the show, watching the preseason game, and usually I don't overreact to preseason action, but I was distracted. We were trying to do a baseball segment. I couldn't do it, man, because Bryce looks so good. I'm looking at his touchdown passes right now. You could bet this, 16.5. What do you expect now, year three? Obviously some growing pains the first two seasons, but another year now in Dave Canales' offense. I think that number is way too low, and if he could stay healthy, I don't think he's going to get benched, and I think he's going to have a monster season. What are your expectations for Bryce Young now?
Yeah, I think he's going to have a pretty strong season. 16 seems really low to me, especially when you consider how he finished last season. If you factor in rushing and passing touchdowns, 10 total touchdowns, no picks over the last 3 weeks of the season. In that span, in terms of QBR, only Justin Herbert and Patrick Mahomes were better than Bryce Young. And what we saw in Atlanta, Week 18, a lot is made of that. 5 touchdowns, his coming out party, a tour de force performance, all that. That wasn't a fluke. It was a gradual buildup of the previous 7-8 weeks. When he came off the bench and when he finally got his chance to start again, it was a slow and steady buildup, right? They beat New Orleans. The Saints fired the coach. We're all going, all right, let's not get ahead of ourselves. They go and beat the Giants in Munich. The Giants then cut Daniel Jones, and everybody says, okay, let's dip the toe in the water. We're not sure if we want to go any deeper than that. Then there's a bye week, and then all of a sudden he goes toe-to-toe with Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City, a game the Panthers almost won. They almost beat the Eagles, if not for a dropped catch late. Those are your two teams that played in the Super Bowl. They had the Bucs on the ropes at home with the ball in plus territory in overtime, and their sure-handed running back, Chuba Hubbard, fumbles it away. So there were a lot of positive signs over the final half of the season, and there was this gradual buildup of him just getting better and better and better. And I said this at the top of the broadcast in our first preseason game. I said, what you saw at the tail end of 2024, that is the launch point for 2025, and it starts with Bryce Young.
I know a lot of people really like Carolina, and some people are betting them to win the division. The only reason that I can't get there yet, and I do think they're going to be much improved, is the defense. Last year, 32nd, they gave up over 30 points per game, 400 yards. If you're a Carolina fan or somebody that's high on this team, what are some encouraging signs from the offseason or that you've seen maybe at camp or just that first preseason game that makes you believe that they're going to be a little bit better this year and more competitive?
Well, that's a great question. One, you have to remember last year they were not just bad on defense, but they were historically bad. They gave up 3,000-plus rushing yards, which had not been done since 1980 by any team. I get it. We play 17, not 16 now, but still, it had been a long time. They gave up more points last season than any team in the history of the NFL. Again, one more game, part of it, but still not good. Well, for starters, you get Derek Brown back, who 2 years ago, when he played in every game, was the first defensive lineman to have 100-plus tackles in a season. He's a game wrecker. I think the guys were saying 95 Madden rating, to put it in perspective for your audience. Like, this guy is a game wrecker. They added Bobby Brown, who they got from the Rams as a free agent, next to him at nose tackle, 6'4", 340. The guy who was playing that position most of last year was about 6'1", 300. So now you have a nose tackle who can eat up two blockers. Derek Brown demands a double team. It's going to open up stuff for the guys on the outside. They can't get any worse defensively. It's really hard to do that. They're so much better up front and deeper on the D-line. They went out and they got Turk Wharton. They drafted Cam Jackson for depth at nose tackle. So if they go from historically bad to, let's just say, average, maybe even slightly below average, that should represent a significant improvement from last year, especially when you factor in on the offensive side. Again, if Bryce takes the great leap, you can start to dream a little bit. But if he just incrementally takes the next step, it's going to be a much better football team than last year.
We're talking to the great Anish Shroff right now, all things Carolina Panthers. Why? Well, he's a play-by-play boys for that franchise, also a play-by-play announcer and on-air host for ESPN. Give him a follow, would you kindly, on X at Shroff, PXP. Again, on X at Shroff, PXP. Anish, you're talking about the defense, and that could play into the hands of one Chuba Hubbard. If they do play at least at an average level and are competitive, he might get some soul away the clock opportunities, unlike he did last year. Still, last season, he saw 77.9% of the team's opportunity share in 15 games. Are you anticipating more of the same of that volume type? And what's your overall outlook for the Oklahoma State former Cowboy?
Well, there's a much better caddy this year for Chuba Hubbard. They went and signed Rico Dowdle from Dallas, who was a 1,000-yard rusher in his own right a year ago. So you got 2,000-yard backs. I think that lightens the load somewhat on Hubbard. Miles Sanders was a free agent signing a couple of years ago from Philly. It just didn't work. And he was never the guy in Carolina that he was in Philly. So Hubbard had to carry the big load. I think you have a guy who can offload some of that, especially in the second half, to keep that run game fresh. So will he run for close to 1,200 yards again? I would probably hedge lower, but I think the Panthers as a whole, with both Dowdle and Hubbard, should have a better running game than they did last year.
Yeah, definitely, especially with that defense. Again, vastly improves from a season ago. But Chuba Hubbard, I still believe, is going to be a firm RB2 in 12-team fantasy drafts. Anish, we'll get you out of here on this. Speaking of fantasy, managers are always looking for the next big sleeper on offense. Is there one player you really see as a potential breakout this upcoming season?
Yeah, I do, and it's Jalen Coker. If you look at Jalen Coker a year ago, yeah, and this is kind of maybe from left field for a lot of fans not familiar with him. He was a guy who was an undrafted rookie out of Holy Cross, was actually cut at the end of August before the rosters went down to 53, re-signed to the practice squad. He was somebody that impressed in camp, got a little banged up, finally started to get his opportunity when Adam Thielen went down. I thought he played real well down the stretch. You look at his numbers. I mean, he only played about a half season when you look at his snaps. He's been tremendous in training camp. He's gotten faster. He's gotten leaner. Xavier Legette got ejected for fighting in the first quarter of the Cleveland game on Friday. Coker steps into his spot. He has the touchdown catch. The Panthers only score. Had another big 40-yard catch that was negated by a penalty. He brought it in with one hand. What we saw last year and what we're seeing so far this year, this is a guy who makes plays. It's going to be hard to keep him off the field. He's a guy that I would use a late-round draft pick on, stash on your bench, and you know what? You get to week 4, week 5, week 6, you might have a diamond sitting on your bench, and you might have a guy who can be a big playmaker for you late in the season.
Anish, I heart you, man. That is an outstanding pull, and I saw that touchdown reception. I thought the same thing. I was getting beers with my buddy, and he actually drafted him the very next day based on that play. Right now his ADP, and this is real, folks, 269.05. He's the 89th wide receiver off the fantasy draft boards at the current moment. So deep sleeper. Anish just gave you one awesome one on Jalen Coker. Anish Roth, we appreciate all the time that you gave us and the tremendous insights as well. Again, follow him. He's a voice at ESPN, play-by-play voice as well for the Carolina Panthers. And again, follow him on X at Schroff PXP. Again, on X at Schroff PXP. Anish, again, thank you for the time, and hopefully we'll catch up over the course of the season.
All right, good luck, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. There he goes. Anish Schroff. Man, that was a great poll. Jalen Coker.
Yep.
And I agree. I'll be honest with you. And, a lot of people are like, oh, you're probably just feeding me and shoveling a giant pile of BS here, Evans. But no, this is God's honest truth. Jalen Coker, there was a moment for like about a 2 to 3 week stretch last year in the regular season, about late in the year or middle portion of the season, where his player props began to surface on BetMGM. And they were low. They were like in the 29.5 to like 35.5 yard range. And he just kept hitting the over. Was he blowing it away? No. He might have got like 3 catches for 42 yards or 4 catches for 45 yards. But it was a low threshold. I think as a player, if you're trying to unearth some of those values based on the reasons that Anish just laid out, Jalen Coker could pay a lot of dividends early on the season, not only for fantasy football fans, but also for those that are trying to find those diamonds in the rough to boost their bankrolls in the world of player prop betting.
You know what, man? I really wanted Jalen Coker, to be honest. You got to remember, like last year, he did have 4 games with at least 60 receiving yards. 6 games, he played at least 68% of the snaps, and Bryce was the starting quarterback when he wasn't benched. He had pretty good numbers. He had an 18.3% target share, 55.7 receiving yards per game. I like Xavier Legette, but yeah, he got kicked out of that game. And Coker averaged 11.4 PPR points per game. And I kind of like him as well. We were on the air, and I can't even take credit. Rob Brown was like, who's my fantasy sleeper this year? Jalen Coker. And then he catches that touchdown like 2 minutes later. But yeah, I like him as well, man. I think Carolina's offense is going to be exciting. I know it was only 2 drives, but I really like what I saw from Bryce and that 4-week, 5-week stretch, last year. Even that game against Kansas City, they should have won. And Bryce was pushing the ball down the field. That's the thing. He's not a dink and dunk quarterback. He's going to look to move the ball down the field. So I do like Coker. I think there's some decent value.
Yeah, definitely. Coker could be one hell of a drug. Thank you very much. This fantasy football season, McMillan's a guy I think is definitely going to flirt with 1,000 yards, if not greatly exceeded, along with probably 8 to 10 touchdowns. And I agree with Bryce Young. I had a super flex draft auction / salary cap style like Cassette Evans a couple of weeks ago. I spent an obscene amount, admittedly, on Bryce Young as my super flex because I think he has a opportunity to be maybe everything falls into place, a back-end quarterback one in 12-team formats. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, bets, and more bets. You demand it, and we're going to deliver a Sledgehammer special right around the corner along with Parlay Pete. Don't you go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to the madness. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat alongside for the ride here on this Manic Monday edition of the show. By the way, if you missed our interview with Anish Shroff, man, he had a deep pull for his sleeper pick of the Carolina Panthers. Again, a guy with an ADP, and I'm not making this up because I just looked it up, 269.05. If you missed that interview and want to find out who Anish was promoting, you better download and listen to the BetMGM Tonight podcast. You can get it at Spotify, Apple Podcasts, wherever you get your podcasts. Download right now and subscribe to the BetMGM Tonight podcast. All right, we're going to be getting some more bets on the board here in this segment. Parlay Pete's going to drop on by. We're going to say hello to our little friend. Roll the shoulders that get seduced by the juice and working some bonus time wagers as well. But before we do that, a friendly reminder, we got our pole dancing poll question of the day posted right now on X at BetMGM Tonight. It's asking you this: at current odds, who is your best bet? Let me reiterate that. Best bet to lead the NFL in pass yards. Odds pulled from BetMGM. Your options are Joe Burrow at plus 450, Dak Prescott at plus 1,000, Patrick Mahomes also at plus 1,000, or Jared Goff at plus 1,200. Right now, over 255 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming. And drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise. We'll read them a little bit later on in the show. So, again, do that on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Speaking of BetMGM, account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with a Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and, my personal favorite, SGP. So opt in right now. You have no stinking excuse on the Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Go ahead and crank up the juice, build those legs, and hopefully that parlay is going to cash. All right, speaking of parlays, we got to bring my friend in here. Oh, he is so sloppy right now at the bar. Hey, drunk, boaty, dead guy, get over here. Yeah, shiver me timbers. I'm here to make some booty. Yeah, Parlay Pete is in the house, and he is itching to get some action in the world of Major League Baseball. And he is going to go to St. Louis. Stupid Cardinals beating my beloved Cubs and Horvats in 2 or 3 games over the weekend. So hopefully they'll actually do us a solid and hopefully parlay P2 and win him some cash. Leg numero uno. The Cardinals minus 1.5 the run line against the Rockies. And leg numero dos. Alec Burleson to get a hit. I'll reserve the juice. Let me give you the reason straight from the cold dead hand of one Parlay Pete. Again, leg numero uno, St. Louis minus 1.5 on the run line. It could be of interest when you're backing Miles Mikolas, a guy who has had an up and down season, but he's been pitching better, especially at home. 3.67 ERA at Busch Stadium this year. He's going against Chase Dollander of the Pebbles, who's got a just repulsive 6.68 ERA on the season. Colorado, yeah, they've been rubbish all year long, and especially of late, they have dropped 7 of the last 10 ATS. They're 14-45 straight up on the road this year, folks. Only batting .212 as a team with a .618 OPS away from Coors Field. Meanwhile, you look at Alec Burleson to get a hit. That's like numero dos on this parlay. He's gotten a hit in 4 of his last 8 games. Yeah, he's only batting .244 over the last 15 days with a .792 OPS. But a guy as well who could really light up Dollander. Dollar's pitched well, actually away from the Mile High City. but it's still the Pebbles, and that bullpen is arguably the worst in baseball. So the hook, Alec Burleson, should be able to find some green grass, at least in Parlay Pete's mind, and cash in on leg numero dos. So to recap, shiver me timbers. Parlay Pete and the SGP tonight. The St. Louis Cardinals -1/2 on the run line, and Alec Burleson to get a hit. Yeah, put those hands together at BetMGM. It works out to a cool +128. Hopefully that sucker's going to cash. By the way, lifetime Parlay Pete up 7.33 units on his parlay of the day. All right, it's time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, Ryan Horvat. What is a phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer. There it is. All right, we're going to the NFL. And one of my favorite players, Chris Godwin, we're actually going to fade him this season. Now, he was on the PUP list. Doesn't look like he's going to be ready for week 1. And it's because he's coming off a ankle dislocation. And that was the second season-ending injury he's had to come back from. He tore his ACL back in 2021. He's 29 years old. 2024, man, he had a ridiculous season. He averaged 7.2 yards after the catch. And it was the Liam Cohen quick passing offense, though, right? Like lower ADOT. I really think Emeka Egbuka is going to have a monster year, man. I know he's a rookie, but you hear Baker Mayfield talk about him. I really liked him in college. Just watching the route running right now, the way that he's going to operate out of the slot. I think it's just the reason that they use that draft pick and they take Egbuka, I think, is they're a little worried about Godwin. And right now you could get his receiving yards 700.5. I'll take the under -125, man. He's missed multiple games in 5 of the last 6 seasons. I think if anything, you ease him back. You want him healthy for a postseason run, a playoff run. The Bucs should win the division, should at least win, enough games to be a wild card team. So let's go under on Chris Godwin, 700.5 receiving yards, -125. I don't think he plays enough games.
I think that's an excellent call. Jalen McMillan, another guy you shouldn't sleep too hard on. He certainly had some shiny and outstanding moments at times last year. And who got Emeka Egbuka this weekend in the Kings Classic Draft, where you have to start 3 wide receivers and 3 classic flex spots? This guy right here shelled out 15 large to acquire his services, and I felt really good about that, quite frankly. We'll talk more throughout the entire show about my performance. A lot of people lambasted on social media. If you want to see my full team, you can check it out right now on Twitter or the X at Noisy Huevos, and that's with an H. Again, at Noisy Huevos on X if you want to see my Kings Classic franchise. All right, let's go to a team that just refuses to lose. And this one is a live dive because it is underway, and this guy's about to come to the dish. Bryce Terang, he's batting leadoff tonight against the Pittsburgh Pirates. I like the over on 1.5 HRR, also known as hits plus runs plus RBI, also known as HER. Only -110 on this. I was a little bit shocked this juice wasn't spiked at like -150, considering he's in the captain's chair. And also as well, the fact that he's 4 for 5 lifetime against Andrew Heaney. Batting .273 against LHPs this season is Terang. Not too shabby there. Batting .281 at home and batting .297 since the All-Star break. He has cashed the over on 1.5 HRR or the HER in 5 of his last 6 games. You throw in the fact, too, that Heaney has given up a god-awful and abhorrent 6.55 road ERA. Bryce Terang with a bang. Give me the over 1.5 HRR, hits plus runs plus RBI, also known as HER, taking on the Buccos at a -110 juice. Speaking of juice, it's time to roll the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. Oh, plus money all the time. That is the requirement. So bartender, pour me a stiff drink and just go ahead and leave the bottle because Horvat and I are going to do multiple shots. And there it is. And hopefully cash in and catch a pretty elated buzz as a result. So again, at plus money, who has got your attention tonight in the world of baseball?
Let's go back actually to that Boston-Houston game coming up in about half hour still, 20 minutes. And so we've got Bregman already over 1.5 total bags at plus money. But I also like Garrett Crochet over 7.5 strikeouts. I was going to go light on the baseball card tonight, but I got a free bet with BetMGM, so why not? You know, the last month of the season, he's went over this number in 75% of his starts, 4 of his last 5. He's coming off 8 Ks against the Royals. Before that, had 10 strikeouts against the Dodgers. Just missed out against our Chicago Cubs when the number was 6.5. He only had 5, but the start before that had 9 against Tampa Bay. You know, looking at the lineup tonight, they have had some success, but he struck out Altuve twice, Diaz 3 times, Dubon twice. So let's go with Crochet. It's plus money, plus 105 to have 8 strikeouts in this game. Boston's a pretty big favorite, minus 160. I stayed away from that, but I do like Crochet to have 8 Ks tonight.
Ryan, this just in. Bryce Terang homered. First at bat. Cha-ching! We just cashed, baby! We just cashed already!
Let's go.
Sledgehammer special. That's outstanding. That's really good stuff right there. So way to go. Bryce Terang bringing the sledgehammer home in the first bat. I guess it pays on occasion, and it's, you know, a rare instance when we do some of the live dives here nightly on BetMGM tonight. All right, I'm rolling the shoulders again, seduced by the juice on Nathan Eovaldi. I'm taking the over 18.5 outs against the Arizona Diamondbacks at plus 150. Yeah, loving that one quite a bit. Excellent value right now at the Lions Roar. He has done this in 3 of his last 4 starts. He's got a microscopic 1.54 home ERA, and it gets better, folks. 0.65. That is outlandish. Again, 0.65 ERA in his last 4 starts. A guy that has a pretty decent K per 9 at 9.00, but he suppresses the pitch count with that 1.62 walks per 9 mark on the year. And you look at Arizona, middling, vanilla, May, number 16 WRC plus over the last 14 days. So put all together, Nathan Eovaldi over 18.5 outs at plus 150. Quickly, rapid fire, shoot with bonus time.
Washington Huskies over 6.5 wins. I like their quarterback, Damon Williams. Jonah Coleman's back in the backfield. I think they win a minimum of 8 games, even in a tough Big Ten this season.
And I think Dak Prescott wins comeback player of the year at plus 275. All right, we got to exit. When we come back, batter up. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
is no other show on the planet that packs in more picks nightly.
With the big noise, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No, you never fade the Drake!
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock! It's over! It's a guarantee! It's easy money!
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's gone! It's gone!
Oh,
and it's gone!
No way!
It's gone! Holy God! It is gone!
I need to celebrate tonight with my family! Do it for my kids! Do it for my boy!
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat alongside for the ride on the Semantic Monday edition of the show. We're going to go ahead the diamond here in a moment and do another edition of Better Up. But right now, let me give you a quick scoreboard update, if you do not mind. It is the top of the 8th inning right now. Philadelphia, Cincinnati locked up at 1 apiece. The Yankees up. Heading in the bottom of the 4th, 3-0 over the Twins. 1-0 Detroit over the Southsiders of Chicago. Top the 2nd inning. Washington up early on Kansas City, 2-0 in the top of the 2nd. Ryan has a little action with the Nationals in that one. Milwaukee, same old story. Already up 1-0, as we mentioned. I bet the over 1.5 HRR, also known as a hair, on Bryce Durang. And what'd he do? He hit one over the fence on his first at bat. So winner, chicken dinner. Bases loaded, but 2 outs for Milwaukee right now. Again, still the bottom of the 1st inning, actually just ended the 1st, still 1-0. So Heaney got out of that. 0-0 St. Louis, Colorado entering the bottom of the 2nd inning. And there you go. That's all she wrote on the action so far in Major League Baseball. By the way, if you want to talk fantasy football with us, you want to talk MLB bets, well, you can do that along with some futures in the NFL, college football, the WNBA. We cover it all. We would love to receive some of your fantasy questions live here on the show. Simple way to contact Horvat and I. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your comments and questions on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. All right, with that business put to the side, it's time to get after it with another edition of Better Up.
Let's cash in on the diamond. Ryan Horvat and Brad Evans are swinging for profits. It's Better Up on BetMGM tonight.
All right, we got 3 games out in the Pacific time zone this evening. So we're going to fire off on various pieces of action. Grab those tickets. Hopefully grab a pile of cash in the end. So Ryan, again, he's got elite speed. He's got like 99 out of 100. He's like PCA. He's going to hit one into the outfield, and then he's going to, collect his base, steal second, possibly third, hopefully touch home, and give you his bet, his reasonings behind said bet. Then he's going to drop a little baseball phrase. And when he does that, that'll be Kenny's cue. He's working the board tonight on BetMGM tonight to drop a baseball famous call or maybe a movie quote. Then I will take it from there and do the same damn thing, rinse and repeat. We're going to squeeze in as many baseball bets as we possibly can this segment. Then we're going to put the cherry on top of the Sunday with our crew to cash hot hit parlay play of the night. It's a 5-layer, and we got some downright sexy juice attached to it. Who is going to find some green grass? We'll stick around and find out at significant plus odds. So, Ryan, go ahead and grab your bat because you got to set the dish with a little Better Up.
All right, I kind of like the Dodgers tonight, but I don't really want to bet them at minus 168. That's the best price that you could get against the Angels. The total in the game is 8. It's Soriano going for the Angels up and down season. He's 7.9 with an ERA of 4.01. Instead, I'll take the K's. The strikeouts on Yamamoto this season, he's 10-7 with the 2.51 ERA. He's went over 6.5 strikeouts in 4 of his last 5 starts, 2 of his last 3 starts on the road. Look at the overall numbers this season per 9 innings. Averaging 10.3 strikeouts. So let's fade the Angels with Yamamoto. It is juice now, minus 145. Maybe you want to throw this in a parlay with the Dodgers or maybe, somebody to get a hit. But I do like Yamamoto tonight to have at least 7 strikeouts at minus 145. In honor of him, Kenny, give me a heater.
You can put it on the board. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and yes! This particular prop grabbed my attention immediately when I saw it this morning. Logan Webb. Hopefully he's going to entangle his arch rival out there in the Golden State, that being the San Diego Padres. I think Webb of the Giants got to record the W tonight if he does that. Plus 145. Yeah, I got seduced by the juice on that wager. The Friars have been great offensively, admittedly, in the last couple of weeks. Number 5 in WRC Plus over that stretch. Logan Webb at home, though, 2.78 ERA on the season. He's got 10.17 K per 9. Outstanding with that sinker. 1.94 walks per 9. A guy that usually works deep into games. He's actually won 3 of his last 6 starts. Now, last time he faced San Diego, a tough luck, no decision. He went 8 innings, didn't give up a single earned run, and struck out 7 against the Padres, but again, did not get the run support. Hopefully, the boys of the bats will be, cracking them early and often, and guys will be touching home, and Webb will have enough to work with to slam the door on San Diego. So I think Webb records a win tonight at plus 145. Kenny, go Yard!
You're killing me, Smalls.
Great one. All right, let's go. Let's see what we got here. A couple things. All right, so this one I already gave out, but I'm going to bet it again. Why not? Nick Kurtz has been the gift that keeps giving for me this season. He had that 4-homer game. He was 6 for 6 against Houston, and I thought here he's going to cool off, man, because he was the 20th player, first rookie ever to hit 4 homers in a game. Instead, he's hit 326 with 10 walks in the last 12 games. And has a on-base streak right now, 25 games. He had a walk in the first inning on Sunday. 102.4 OPS, second in Major League Baseball. And he just won July AL Rookie and Player of the Month honors. Only the 10th player in Major League Baseball history to do so. You can get plus 105 right now on over 1.5 total bases. So I'm going to go with Nick Kurtz. Kenny, give me a little Apo Taco.
Swing and a drive to center and deep. Way back. Get up. Get up. Get out of here and gone for Ryan Braun.
Ryan Braun.
That one still sticks in your craw every time you hear
Does.
Ryan Braun. Though R.I.P. Bob Uecker, somewhere up there on cloud 9, having the time of his life watching the Milwaukee Brewers right now.
Man,
just eating the competition alive. It's utterly insane what they are doing right now in the world of baseball. All right, let's go to the Battle of the City of Angels, and I'm going to go with the LAA starter, not in a good way. Give me the over on 2.5 walks for Jose Soriano at a minus 110 juice. I think he's going to be issuing the free passes, which he does frequently. 4.01 walks per 9 mark of the season. He has done this in half of his starts. So in 12 of 24, he's issued at least 3 free passes this year. Only a 27.7 call plus swinging strike rate on the season. He's facing the Dodgers, who over the last couple of weeks, number 11 and highest base on balls percentage, earning that ball for on 9.6% of their plate appearances. So put all together, Jose Soriano, give me the over 2.5 walks at a minus 110 juice. Kenny, swipe a bag.
Just a bit outside. He tried the corner and missed.
Whole bunch of uke tonight. I love it, man. It really is the Brewers here. All right, let's go with the player prop here. So Logan Webb is obviously he's pretty damn good, right? This season, 10-8 with a 3.24 ERA, a 1.25 WHIP. But one member of the Padres who has had some success has been Jackson Merrill. Not the biggest sample size, but in his career, hitting 600. He's 6 for 10, does have 2 strikeouts. This year, batting only .255 with 8 homers and 49 RBI. But tonight, for him to have over 1.5 total bags, it's plus 120. So I'm going to take a shot with Jackson Merrill tonight, plus 120 to go over 1.5 total bags. Again, in his career against Logan Webb, he's 6 for 10. Kenny, hit me with a frozen rope.
You play ball like a girl.
I do.
Outstanding reference there. A little Peanuts throwback. And one of my favorites of all time. All right, my last bet here before we get to the crew to cash. I'm going to work a little same game parlay. The Athletics are just an intriguing team to me, especially offensively. So give me the A's on the money line there in the bandbox in Sacramento. And give me Ryan Pepio, who's going to be starting for the Rays, who the A's are facing. Hey, it rhymes. 2+ earned runs. Simple little two-legger on the same gamer. Again, we don't need like 7 or 8 to get rich. We're just trying to build the bankroll. It is plus 102. And both those legs cash. Getting to Ryan Pepio first. A guy that's gotten rocked here of late. 5.53 ERA over his last 5 starts. 4.19 road ERA on the season. Now, he faced the A's. It was a quality start for him back in early July, but he gave up 2 earned. That's all I need to do. Yeah, just replicate that performance. He can still go out there and be A-okay, but give it the 2 earned runs, and that will be a check mark on that second leg. By the way, he's issued at least 2 earned runs in 7 of his last 8 games. Meanwhile, look at the A's. They are 11-5 in their last 16 straight up. They've also won 2 of the last 3 in this season series, or 6-4 their last 10. Tampa, meanwhile, 3-7 straight up in their last 10. So it could be a little bit touch and go with Jeffrey Springs on the mound, but I believe the bats will really come alive tonight for the Athletics, and as a result, Pepio will get punched in the gut, give up a pair of earned runs, and the A's will get the victory. If both those events occur on the same game parlay, a cool plus 102. Kenny, one more time before I have to call somebody from the pen.
And this ball game is over.
All right, let's go to our crew to cash hot hit parlay of the night. Here's a requirement. All your guy has got to get is a hit, and hopefully it will come through. We got a 5-legger, and I will lead things off. Again, I am all in on Brent Rooker tonight. I took the over on our card on 1.5 total bases against the Rays, and I think he will get a hit, which he's done in 4 of his last 6 games. Again, batting .302 for the last 15, and Pepio got up that 5.53 ERA in his last 5. Ryan, step the dish. Who gets a hit tonight?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Nick Kurtz. Let's go with the big Amish for the A's. Is going against Pepio, 0 for 2 in his career, so he's due this season, hitting .305, 23 homers, 62 RBI, 87 hits. So all we need is a hit. We'll go with Nick Kurtz from the A's.
All right, going to turn some butter tonight in Sacramento. Kenny, who is working the board tonight, who gets a hit for you?
I know he's got a tough pitching matchup, but I'm going to go with Mike Trout. He's 2 homers away from 400 on his career, so going to be looking to knock one out of the park. Hopefully he just gets a hit for us.
That could be a fish out of water night in the best way possible. Rolling with Mike Trout. Addy, you're up next.
So I feel like the Dodgers is easy here because Jose Siriano is shocker, not good. So give me Freddie Freeman tonight to get a hit.
I can never really go wrong with Fab Five Freddie. Going to be dropping a little beat there at home plate. So liking that one quite a bit. Freddie Freeman. Monty, you're also feeling blue. Which Dodger do you like tonight? Is Monty here? Monty here? Working video? Monty, can you hear me?
The mute button may have attacked him. He might. Sometimes the mute button is like a minus 50 favorite. Yeah, that could be it.
All right, so he's going to go with a guy that everybody's heard of, Shohei Ohtani. Shocker. there, who is really highly ranked on batters-box.com. That's a fantastic resource inside that Monty runs. If you want to get some inside statistical analysis for free, go to batters-box.com and write a little Shohei Ohtani with money. So, okay. The Crew to Cash hot hit parlay of the night. I'm going with Burt Rooker. Ryan's going with Nick Kurtz. Kenny is rolling with Mike Trout. And Addy, Freddie Freeman. Finally, Monty, Shohei Ohtani. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, mi amigos. Plus 343 at BetMGM. Good luck to us. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're going from the Diamond to the Junior Gridiron, another edition of College Cash, talking some Mountain West teams. Don't you go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Monday edition of the show. We're going to talk some college football, some over or unders in the Mountain West Conference. Got a 4-back of teams. That's going to be the theme, at least in the early week. To get them off the board. We've already covered the SEC. We've already covered the Big Ten. We've covered the Big 12 and the ACC as well. And by the way, if you miss any of the outstanding information and breakdowns by the one, the only Ryan Horvat, again, college football is his specialty, you can always go back and listen at your leisure to the BetMGM Tonight podcast, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Subscribe, download right now the BetMGM Tonight podcast. Before we get into our discussion of the Mountain West, also a friendly reminder, we got our pole dancing poll question of the day, and it's asking you this. At current odds, who is your best bet to lead the NFL in pass yards? Odds are pulled from BetMGM. By the way, you can find this on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Your options are Joe Burrow at plus 450, Dak Prescott at plus 1,000, Patrick Mahomes also at plus 1,000, Jared Goff at plus 1,200. So far, nearly 260 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise. Yeah, Democratic right. Keep bringing the votes, and also dropping us a comment, aka bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight, on X at BetMGM Tonight. A quick scoreboard update, the world of baseball. Philadelphia in the ninth inning right now up 4-1 on the Cincinnati Reds. The Yankees up 3-0 in the top of the sixth inning against the Twinkies. 1-0 Tigers over the Chicago White Sox in the bottom of the third. Oh, unfortunately, Horvey, Washington gave up that 2-0 lead. It is now deadlocked at 2-2. Top of the third inning between the Nationals and Royals. 1-1. Pittsburgh gets on the board. Yes, at least us Cubs fans are praying the Buccos will pull this thing out. Top of the third inning in Milwaukee, again tied up at 1. Colorado and St. Louis, nobody scored a damn thing yet. 0-0 in the bottom of the third inning. 0-0 the end of the first inning between the Rangers, Arizona Diamondbacks. Addy earmuffs. The Red Sox up 2-0 on the Houston Astros. And Horvat, what happened in that game and why are you so elated?
Yeah, Bregman not only goes over 1.5 total bags, which was plus money, but hits a 2-run shot. I wish I would have taken the home run. I wish I would have gotten a little greedy. I'm mad at myself, but you get the revenge game. Like I said, he had a good burger earlier today, and already 2-0. So I'll take that. Money already in my account, and we're going to need it because it looks like the Nationals are going to blow that 2-0 lead, like you said. I hate them so much.
Oh, good Lord. Well, look, plus 115, not too shabby. Take your victory laps, especially when you were cashing in there at plus odds. Excellent call there, my friend. All right, with that business put to the side, it's time to get after it with another edition of College Cash.
It's time for chaos.
They're back now to the 30. They're down to the 20. All the band is out on the field.
It's time for tradition. It's time to make the college cash.
All right, we're marching through another conference this week. It's going to be the Mountain West. Again, we've covered the ACC, we covered the SEC, we covered the behemoth that is the Big Ten. We've covered the Big 12, which is wide open, very much up in the air. That particular conference. But now we got to go to one of my favorites, more so in college basketball because it's one of my fortes in college football. But still, we see some quality NFL talent cranked out. And for those of you that are like panicking already about Ashton Genty after one preseason game in which he had 3 carries for -1 yards. He had like one series or a series and a half. Get the hell out of here with that. Take a chill pill, relax. He is going to be A-okay. I've already seen him slip in some fantasy drafts of the weekend. He was consistently, before that moment, going in the late first round. Now, in some drafts, you're grabbing him in the middle of the second round. Take advantage of the skittish who are already freaking out about Ashton Genty after a meaningless football game, which he played barely, not even a full quarter. So again, relax, RELAX. And I'm not Aaron Rodgers. So ayahuasca could be fun. All right, let's get after it here. Boise State is the first team. The Broncos are fighting Ashton Genty's. The number's at 9.5 wins. Way juiced up on the over -210. They enter at +175 right now at BetMGM. Let me play a little numbers there and give you some background info before Horvath gives you the overall breakdown of this team. I look at ESPN's Football Power Index. Boise State number 40 overall. They got it projected for 9.6 wins, so just barely above the 9.5 line, giving them a 43.8% chance of making the college football playoff. Not too shabby there. Strength of schedule, not remotely intimidating, at number 81 in all of college football. And the analyst.com projects this team to finish number 27 in offensive rating, but number 70 in defensive rating. So again, with all that information at your disposal, Horvey, what do you say? Over or under 9.5 wins for giddy up the Boise State Broncos?
Yeah, for me, man, it's the over for sure, right? They probably have a real shot at making the playoff again this year, man. I know I took a stab with Navy at 16-1 for our guy Brandon, right, to represent and for something fun to cheer for with my cousin Horvath back at quarterback. But Boise State's going to win double-digit games, which right now is why you're seeing that win total over 9.5, greater than -200. They have to replace Ashton Genty, huge loss, obviously. But they have 13 starters back, and seven of them are on the offensive side of the ball. Last year, they averaged 37.3 points per game, and they're starting quarterbacks back. Maddox Madsen last year threw for over 3,000 yards, so it wasn't just the ground game. He also had 23 touchdowns, protects the football, only 6 picks. They have a Fresno State transfer, Malik Sherrod, coming in to replace Genty. They have their tight end, Matt Louderback. He had 7 touchdown receptions last year, 47 grabs. They have Caples, one of their top receivers, coming back. He had 38 receptions last year, over 400 yards, 5 touchdowns. So they're still going to be solid on the offensive side of the ball. They're going to average over 30 points per game, but it's going to be tough to replace 2,000 yards in your backfield and Ashton Genty. The defensive side of the ball is, I think, why they win double-digit games, though, man. Jaden Virgin Morgan had 10 sacks last year. As a team, they led the country with 55. He had 15.5 tackles for loss. They did have a huge loss right after the spring. Andrew Simpson, who had 11 tackles for loss, decided to transfer out, but their secondary is loaded. I mean, the schedule, October 4th, a road game against Notre Dame in the non-con, that's going to be a loss. But other than that, I don't see a for sure loss here for Boise State. So I think they win 10, 11 games, and I think that the over is the play.
All right, set out the Broncos on that over, though. Again, juice to high heaven at -210, which stinks. All right, let's go on and go to kind of the reverse side of the coin. Nevada and the Wolfpack. Is it going to be, some howling at the moon? Probably not. It's got to be maybe howling in pain this year. Again, it's only 3.5 wins for the Wolfpack this season. -145 on the over. +120 on the under. Again, numbers near time. Man, this is hideous data. Not really supportive in any way, except maybe on the under. Number 128, according to ESPN's Football Power Index, is where Nevada's at. 4.1 wins, though, they got them forecasted, so above the 3.5 number. 22.2% chance of winning 6 games. Seems like a snowball's chance, and you know what? Strength of schedule, number 62 in the country overall, number 85 in offensive rating. But what is most damning for the Wolfpack, number 114 according to the analyst.com, and projected defensive rating. So all that information there. Are you going to side with minus odds or plus odds? Nevada, 3.5 wins. Horvey, over or under?
It's such a low bar. I kind of lean over and think that the numbers nerd is right here and they get 4 wins. They went 3-10 last year, but they were competitive. They were more competitive than their record shows. The problem is they're just the ultimate wild card, right? Like they have 4 starters back. Their quarterback, Brendan Lewis, transferred to Memphis. He should be the starter there. So their starter now is Chuba Purdy. We think he's in a quarterback battle, and it's August 11th. 3 straight 10-loss seasons, man. They have to win at least 4 games, or everybody should be fired. Herschel Turner Jr., I always try to say something nice about these teams, right? Herschel Turner Jr. comes over from Utah State. His high school tape was great. He had 405 yards there last season. The defense was better last year. The problem is they don't force turnovers and they don't get after the quarterback. They only had 14 sacks in 13 games, and they only had 14 takeaways. So I do think they could win 4 games, but it's definitely not something that I want to bet, man, because, again, 3 straight 10-loss seasons for Nevada.
All right, more or less staying away from this one.
Yeah.
But if you had a lane to be on the under at plus 120, which is where I would side. And do I know jack nor squat about Nevada? No, I don't. But Steve Alford's the coach of the basketball team. I know that much. All right, let's go with UNLV and the Runner Rebels. 8.5 is the number here. Plus 115 on the over at BetMGM. Minus 135 on the under. Numbers nerd says for UNLV, number 42, according to ESPN's Football Power Index, 9.7 wins with ESPN's algo. So very confident they're going to hit the over. According to the 4-letter network, a 37.7% chance, rather sizable odds there to make the college football playoffs. Strength of schedule only 113, so a relatively easy slate. Analyst.com projects them to be number 74 offensive rating, 61 in defensive rating. So Horvey, over or under 8.5 wins for UNLV?
You know, I honestly lean under, man. So I get why the number's where it's at. Last year they went 11-3. My problem with UNLV, kind of like we talked about in the ACC with like Miami every year, man, is it's a bunch of transfer portal players, and you just don't know what the motivation is. Dan Mullen is back in college football, his first job since 2021 when he left Florida. Leaves ESPN, so leaves the broadcast booth to take back over. 1 starter back on the offensive side of the ball only, and 1 on defense. Their new quarterback is Michigan's quarterback from last year at times. They played a lot, but Alex Orji, and I'm not sold that he could throw a forward pass, but he's a dual threat quarterback. And we remember Dan Mullen, even in his time at Florida, did have success with dual threat quarterbacks. Corey Dennis is the offensive coordinator. He's from the Urban Meyer coaching tree. Jaden Thomas, I do like him. He's the running back. He's their only starter back on the offensive side of the ball. Was all Mountain West last year. On the defensive side of the ball, a complete rebuild, man. 1 starter's back. Jalen Lee, their nose tackle, I do like. Too many unknowns. They should win 9 games, but I don't want to bet it, man. I think the win total is like a market indicator that they probably go 9-3, but just too many unknowns for me. And I don't know. You know, Dan Mullen hasn't coached since 2021, so I lean under, actually, on UNLV this year.
All right, leaning under there at minus 135. Yeah. Last one, aim high. And we'll see about that with the Air Force squad. 6.5 wins, plus 115 in the over, a minus 135 also on the under. So same juice there as UNLV. Number 127 according to ESPN's FPI. According to the numbers nerd, 4.5 wins though is it. The forecast there, the number again at 6.5. 28.6% chance. That is also it to win 6 games this year, according to ESPN. Strength of schedule, number 117. So of the 4 teams today, the easiest strength of schedule. Number 103 in offensive rating, but number 107 as well in defensive rating, according to analysts. That's rather stinky. So what are your thoughts on Air Force? They going to crash and burn, or are they going to fly high? 6.5 wins. Again, juice the under at minus 135.
So it's a really small bet, but I took the over just because I really like the way that they closed out the season. They won their last 4 games after they started 1-7, and they kind of changed the offensive side of the ball, man. They bring back both of their fullbacks. That's what they do. They pound the rock. Dylan Carson and Owen Allen, they averaged a combined 192 yards in those 4 wins. They bring back their tackle, Trevor Tate, their guard, Alec Falk. They're big up front. 3 starting offensive linemen are back. And the other 2's made multiple starts last year. The problem was, at least in the spring, they had no idea who their quarterback was going to be. Quentin Hayes started 6 of the 7 final games. They got another kid, Josh Johnson. I don't know who it's going to end up being. So that's the issue, is the quarterback position. But I like their skill position players. Cade Harris is their slot receiver. He's back. Had 700 receiving yards last year. Quinn Smith, could be another solid player, a slot receiver, but they've had 6 starting quarterbacks the last 2 seasons. So if they could figure out their guy, I think they could win 7 games, man. I think this number's a little too low.
All right, to recap, Horvat loving Boise State on the over 9.5, though, at a minus 210 at BetMGM. Nevada, he's kind of lackluster about it, but if you had a leaning be the under, 3.5 wins a plus 120. UNLV on the under at 8.5, a little bit too aggressive there, minus 135, but he's aiming high with Air Force, taking the over, 6.5 wins at plus 115. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, Anthony Castrovence from MLB Network is going to be joining us. We'll break down all the latest news and notes in the world of Major League Baseball right here on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to the madness. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat hand in hand with your boy tonight on this Manic Monday edition of the program. We're going to be talking a little Major League Baseball, a packed slate tonight. We're going to break it all down, whether it's tonight or looking ahead, with Anthony Castrovance of MLB Network and also a writer for Major League Baseball here momentarily. An esteemed writer, very good one. And we're going to be talking to him here in a minute. But a friendly reminder, if you want to talk fantasy football with us, I know you got a draft around the corner. I'm already 3 drafts in, including the Kings Classic that I partook in over the weekend at the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio. We're here to help you answer your questions or listen to whatever spicy hot takes you may have in the world of fantasy. You can also talk betting with us, whether in the NFL futures market, college football futures, Major League Baseball, or even the WNBA. Simple way to contact Horvat and I, just pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also send in your questions and comments on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Let's head out to the phone lines right now and talk to the esteemed and outstanding Anthony Castrovance. Man, that is an MLB writer and also MLB Network contributor, author of A Fan's Guide to Baseball Analytics. And you had me at that word, analytics, my kind of guy. You can follow him on X at Castrovance. Again, on X, where he's always giving it to you there, at Castrovance. Anthony, welcome to BetMGM Tonight. Let's start off with a team that Ryan Horvat and I know and kind of hate right now. That is the Chicago Cubs, because the crumble is absolutely crushing our souls as devout fans. Do you believe this team can right the ship down the home stretch? What's the ultimate final outcome if you can put on the Swami hat for us? Do they even make the playoffs, which is not remotely a sure thing right now in the wild card race? What needs to happen to ensure Council's club lives up to the earlier season hype? And maybe just, I don't know, Milwaukee losing would help, but they're already up 5-1 on Pittsburgh. They can't lose.
Fascinating how quickly that division flipped on its head, and the Brewers went from this plucky upstart again, a great storyline again, as a plucky upstart, to just dominating that division, and the Cubs just watching them roll by. And it's crazy because it's so easy to get swept up in that and think of the Cubs as this team that completely fell apart, but I don't really see it that way. I mean, they have a plus 117 run differential. They're in the top wild card spot, in pretty good standing there to hold on to that, I believe, and the only team that can probably change the dynamic with the NL wildcard field is the Reds. And of course the Cubs will have some head-to-head opportunities with them. But so yeah, I just don't see it as like a huge panic, as bad as it is to watch the division just kind of pass you by, and it sure feels that way right now. I still think the Cubs are in a position where they should be there in the end. They should be in the playoff field. And I do, the criticism, though, is the deadline, right? And it didn't feel like they did enough there. So I think that's where you're more concerned.
Yeah, Anthony, sticking in the NL Central, the Brewers, man, I mean, right now, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. They just can't lose. And I wasn't expecting this season, although I should have, man. Is this a team that you would trust in October? Because it's not like they did a whole lot at the deadline, but I don't think they really needed to.
Yeah, it's always, I mean, we feel like this happens a lot, or I get sold on the Brewers during the season, and then it turns out the postseason is just something else. And, they were so close to getting past the Mets, in the first round last year, and then Pete Alonso took care of that. And this seemed like a lesser team going into the year, but once again, it's just another Brewers team where they have this terrific amount of depth on the pitching side. And then what I like about their offense is it doesn't have a lot of star power, but it doesn't have a lot of holes either. they play deep. Pat Murphy does a really good job of just keeping everybody fresh, and that's going to serve them well come October. Now, do they have the power and will they sequence enough runs in October? Nobody can tell you that. I have no idea. They're certainly doing it now, but I still don't. It's weird because they have the best record in baseball. It's still hard to view them as a juggernaut just because they don't have like those dudes in the middle of the order that you're so fearful of. But October, a lot of times those dudes with the capital D get neutralized anyway, and it's what the rest of your lineup can do, and that's where the Brewers' strength is just having a lot of contributions from all up and down the lineup. So I also like that they've had a lot of comeback wins. They come back to win, I think, 20 of their last 30 or something like that, in which they, the opponent scored first. So that's hard to do, and that shows a certain amount of mettle that you need come October. So if you do fall behind early, you don't kind of crumble, because a lot of those guys really don't have a tremendous amount of experience in that environment. But the experience they've accrued over the course of this season will serve them well.
Yeah, and it's funny because they're 73-44, best record in baseball, but still, I would pick the Dodgers, obviously, the Phillies, the Mets, the Padres. And for me, like all season long, it's just been wait till the Dodgers get all these arms healthy. Would that still be the team for you to beat in the National League? And if not, who does give them the best series come postseason time, in your opinion?
I think you have to label them a team to beat just because they are the defending champs, and there's gravitas that comes with that, and the star power in their lineup, and it will come down. I mean, how much of that is true come October 1 or whenever the playoffs start this year remains to be seen, because we don't know what the complexion of that pitching staff will be between now and then. We don't know what the complexion will be of any pitching staff between now and then, because so much can happen on the injury front. But if they are reasonably healthy, you have to consider them the team to beat still, even if they didn't happen to finish, with the number one seed in the National League. But I love the Phillies. Their lineup can be boom or bust. When it's rolling, it's so fun to watch, and it is so well built for October with the power. But I'm a little leery of Zach Wheeler's last. He had a little delay to his last start with the shoulder issue, and then his velocity was noticeably down on Sunday. So that's troublesome because, that's one of their great strengths is the front end of that rotation. But if they're fully healthy in the rotation and, having added Joan Duran in the bullpen, I mean, boy, I really like their chances of getting through and getting by a Dodgers team that has been compromised pretty much from day one this year on the injury front again. It's hard to do what the Dodgers did last year, and it's doubly hard to do it 2 years in a row where you're piecing things together with an injured staff. So they're obviously hoping that's not the case this year. But it's the NL is just a lot of elite teams, and the American League seems more like a land of opportunity where it's just whoever gets hot. I think the NL's got some real juggernauts just kind of going to be beating each other up through those rounds.
Yeah, no question about it. We're talking to Anthony Castro-Vince, MLB writer, MLB Network contributor, author of A Fan's Guide to Baseball Analytics. Follow him on X, where he's always giving it to you there, at Castro-Vince. Again, on X, at Castro-Vince. Anthony, does anyone catch Paul Skeens for this year's NL Cy Young honor? He's minus 550 right now to take home that coveted award at BetMGM. You mentioned Zach Wheeler and that velo being down. What about Christopher Sanchez at 8-1? Or do you think this is a wrap? It's a done deal. It's going to be all Skeens who's going to win that coveted award.
Man, for me, it feels like a wrap. The minute you say that, something stupid happens. Paul Skeens grabs his elbow tomorrow night. But man, I mean, it's going to take a lot to overtake him. Obviously, the win-loss record is nothing to write home about. But we've voters have graduated from looking at that too closely. I think Jacob deGrom proved that some years ago. So I mean, what Paul Skeens is doing is absolutely historic. He's got a sub-2 ERA. It just feels like his year, for lack of a better term. It kind of was forecast going in. He's obviously a known name, a known quantity, and I think people will be looking for reasons to vote for him as opposed to looking for reasons to vote against him. And he's done everything in his power to make that the reality, despite, a tremendous lack of run support. So Yeah, so for me, it's Skeens. I'd be shocked if he blows it. He doesn't seem to have that in his pedigree to blow it down the stretch. But things do happen in baseball, and injuries do happen. So you always have to leave that little window of doubt open, just a touch.
All right, Anthony, we'll get you out of here on this one. Among either on-track wildcard teams or just on the outside looking in squads, give us one in the AL and one in the NL that you believe is underappreciated right now and could make some noise come October.
Well, I liked what the Reds did at the deadline, and Terry Francona managing down the stretch. I'm based here in Cleveland, so I saw it many times. It was his first year in Cleveland. Got a team that had absolutely no business making it to the playoffs in 2013. Got him there to the top wild card spot in that dual wild card format at the time. And the Reds could be that in his first year there. They could absolutely get hot down the stretch and push a team like the Mets that's, trying to fall apart right in front of our eyes right here. So, or maybe the Padres and Cubs, like we talked about before. Who knows? But that's like I said, that's probably the only team in the National League that I think has a realistic shot. Those other teams are where they are for a reason. The American League, the Rangers are, if their offense, if they just get like league average offense they've had better than that lately, but if they get that, down the stretch, I really like their pitching staff. I like their defense. It's an even year. No, I'm sorry, it's not an even year, but it's like Bruce Bochy is due, I guess, to get back to the playoffs. That's tends to be what happens with him. But so if it's between them and the Guardians, say, the Guardians are a pretty flawed team that's taking advantage of a soft schedule. So I would probably lean more towards the Rangers being the team that could potentially make noise there down the stretch.
Fabulous stuff from our guy, Anthony Castrovance. Again, follow him on X at Castrovance to check out his work across MLB as a writer and contributor at MLB Network. We're up against it. We appreciate the time, Anthony. When we come back, we're going to do a little Fantasy Flames edition, breaking down what we saw preseason week 1 and what does it mean ahead of your fantasy football draft. Don't you go anywhere, fools. We're still just getting warmed up right here on BetMGM tonight, right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
We are the betting show.
There is no other show on the planet that packs in more picks nightly.
With the big noise, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No, you never fade the Drake!
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock! It's over! It's a guarantee! It's easy money!
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's gone! It's gone!
Oh,
and it's gone!
No way!
It's gone! Holy God! It is gone!
I need to celebrate tonight with my family. Do it for my kids. Do it for my boy.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Probably the big noise happens with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Manic Monday edition of the show. We're going to be talking some more fantasy football, some of our preseason week 1 takeaways on a handful of names. I know sample size Evans does come into play here, but we saw a couple of meaningful series and a couple of decent takeaways as well. We're not going to overreact necessarily, but it has given us a little bit of confirmation bias about some of the talents that are out there. So we're going to share our thoughts. But a friendly reminder, we would love to hear your thoughts as well on fantasy football. Maybe you got a draft around the corner. Maybe you're debating some of the keepers in your league. Maybe you have some firm takeaways from week 1 of the preseason. We want to hear them. All you got to do to contact the show is you pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Get in on the excitement at BetMGM within any sport. No sweat token. If you don't win your wager, you'll get a stake back in bonus bets. So opt in right now on the no sweat token in any sport, only at the king of sportsbooks. That, of course, being BetMGM. All right, we're going to do some preseason week 1 takeaways, Fantasy Flames edition. So some of the more positive performances that are out there and try to decipher the meaningful from the meaningless. And I understand we got vanilla defenses. Nobody's really scheming a whole lot of that's out there. But, some of these young guns, they get an opportunity to showcase their wares. They might jump off the screen and grab your attention. You're like, yep, I'm moving that guy up my fantasy cheat sheet rankings as a result. So let's go ahead and jump into it. Let's start off with the New York Jets, and Braylon Allen of that fine franchise, a guy that's been picking up some steam, some momentum here the last couple of weeks. Breece Hall, is he a guy that's going to see a substantial opportunity share this year? Or is he going to surrender some of that workload to the sophomore rusher out of the University of Wisconsin, who is just now barely the legal age to drink? He's only 21 years old, had some flashes of brilliance on a rare occasion in his rookie season. But, according to The Athletic and some of the insiders that are covering this team, he has been the, quote, star of camp. Their words, not mine, end quote. And at week 1 of the preseason, only played 2 snaps with the ones. Breece Hall played 7. And interestingly, Isaiah Davis played 3. And Davis has had a pretty killer camp as well. So it could be a bit of a 3-headed monster of sorts this year. But you look at Braylon Allen, a guy who only saw 26.7% of the opportunity share last year, only forced 10 missed tackles on 92 rush attempts, strength of schedule of bottom 10 among fantasy RBs this year. Mike Clay's only got a projected for around 550 combined yards and 3 touchdowns, though he had 8 carries for 33 yards in his preseason opener. But again, only played 2 snaps with the ones. Now, I still view Braylon Allen as somebody that is certainly trending toward fantasy flame material, even in light of working mostly with the twos in the preseason opener. But Horvat, if he has another strong performance next week out, he might finally or officially quell the belief that Isaiah Davis is going to be a thing. And yeah, he's going to start eating it into the overall opportunity share of Breece Hall, which we really don't know what that is. So what's your takeaway on Braylon Allen?
Yeah, really high on Braylon Allen. It's unfortunate for me, man, because I used a pretty high draft pick a couple years ago on Breece Hall in a dynasty league, and nobody wants Breece Hall. I'm really high, on Allen. So, like you said, Breece Hall played the first 7 snaps, took the first 2 carries, but then Braylon Allen had that 14-yard rush on his first touch. Man, went right up the gut. 8 carries for 33 yards. Didn't catch the only target that he had, but I really like him. He only had 111 total touches and 17 regular season games as a rookie, but it almost seems like in New York, Breece Hall is kind of fallen out of favor with this coaching staff. And I know now this is a new coaching staff, but he just really hasn't had that same burst since his rookie year when he had that knee injury. So I like Braylon Allen quite a bit, and I think right now you're getting good value if you do draft him. I mean, he might be more than just a handcuff for Breece Hall, man. That might be his job before the season's over.
I think week 1 he's going to get 10 to 12 touches out of the gate. I really do. I think Engstrand is going to try to work him in, and he can actually work simultaneously alongside Breece Hall, because Breece Hall is a fabulous receiver. So you might be able to see him line up, whether on the slot or outside. They'll put him in motion. So you got to have a lot of 2-back formations, at least to start, and a lot of window dressing with Hall. That's the advantage that you have. So I think the needle is pointing north. The compass is right now on Braylon Allen. And again, who got him in the Kings Classic auction draft over the weekend? Hand raised. This guy, 10 buckaroos. Nice value there with 3 flex spots. So he's a guy in a 14-teamer. Somebody might say, oh, you overpaid for him. I get him for like $1, maybe $2 in my draft. Well, you play with a bunch of idiots and morons. I'm playing with some of the best fantasy minds in the industry. It's a sharp room. And, I had to go the extra mile because I always say get your guys. And Braylon Allen, top of the list, get your guys. A very physical runner on a team too, Ryan. And I think it's going to be at a minimum top 3 in average run rate on a week-to-week basis. They're going to run early and often, especially with Justin Fields at the controls. All right, let's stay up there in the Northeast. Let's go to Travion Henderson from the Ohio State, which I have to say for copyright purposes, a player that had a 100-yard return for a touchdown, also caught 3 balls for 12 yards in his preseason debut, also had an 18-yard run on his only carry. Every report that I read at a New England's training camp is fast, and oh my God, that dude is fast. Like that's all everybody talks about is the speed at which he plays at. He's got the shimmy, the shake as well. Mike Clay at ESPN's got to predict for 199 rush attempts, 887 rush yards, 5 touchdowns on the ground, 41 catches for 329 through the air with a pair of receiving touchdowns. The 6th easiest fantasy running back strength of schedule is a forecast. And again, the guy that really killed it for the Buckeyes, folks. He didn't play at Lake Superior State. He played for the Ohio State, and he was number 3 among all FBS backs last year in YAC per attempt and number 22 in missed tackles forced. Is Travion Henderson in the discussion of maybe being a top 20 running back in fantasy and maybe a dark horse to win Offensive Rookie of the Year?
I think he is a dark horse to win Rookie of the Year, man, right? Like, we love Genty, we love Amarion Hampton, but I wouldn't be shocked if Henderson has the best rookie season because of the situation, right? You pair him already with Drake May. I think he's going to use his legs a little bit more. But the Patriots need explosive plays this year. They didn't really need a running back in the draft, but yet they still use a 2nd-round pick. And I thought this was a steal, man, because of the explosive play. And you saw that on that opening kickoff. He goes 100 yards to the house. He can catch balls out of the backfield. I think he's the better back than Quinshad Judkins. I thought that he should have probably went before Judkins. And he's already clearly ahead of Gibson on the depth chart. And
Yep.
it won't shock me, man, if he's running back 1 by week 1, right? I mean, he had a running back 26 consensus ADP going into that first preseason game. Won't shock me if he steals all the snaps, though. I'm really high on Travion Henderson because he could be the home run hitter in that offense.
And Ramondre Stevenson's a bit of a stiff, and he's got a devastating case of fumbleitis. That's the issue with him.
Yeah.
Travion Henderson in August drafts, I've seen that value is skyrocketing. He's RB19 now at 52.89. If he has another splashy performance in preseason week 2, you could be talking about a guy that's toeing the line of the RB top 15 ranks in ADP. So could get out of control. All right, let's go Travis Hunter of the Jacksonville Jaguars. The two position star, offense and defense. Guy that's wide receiver 34 in ADP, 70.55 overall. Mike Clay's kind of projected for 121 targets, 80 catches, 967 in terms of yardage through the air, and 6 receiving touchdowns. A wide receiver 35, the 11th easiest fantasy strength of schedule. A guy that really showed up and showed out, whether in the screen game or, of course, beating guys down the field. The biggest takeaway from preseason week 1, when the first team was out there for Jacksonville, and they got a decent amount of run, he played 11 of 12 offensive snaps. He didn't go defensive side of things until the third quarter. Caught a couple of balls for 9 yards. So did you get any affirmation on your beliefs with Travis Hunter? I think he is a wide receiver 3 through and through in 12-team leagues. I think he's going to be a dirty worker primarily underneath. Only occasionally you're going to see him work outside the numbers and get some of those chunk gains. That's more Brian Thomas's territory. But what are your thoughts on the great Travis Hunter?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be fun, man, just watching him. I think he's primarily going to play third downs on the defensive side of the ball, man defense, right? But I think he's going to play the majority on the offensive side of the ball. As you said, he played 11 of 12 snaps with the starters. The only play he wasn't out there was a 2 wide receiver set, and that was Brian Thomas Jr. and De'Ami Brown. Again, I think he could be like a yak god this season. He's going to catch a ton of screens, a lot of quick passes. So I want to see a little bit more. But, yeah, I think he could be a wide receiver 3. And he's going to be out there with the starters, man, again, when they do play those 11, 12 personnel sets.
Yeah, don't go bonkers. That's the thing. There's a lot of sex appeal to Travis Hunter because of the, the 2-position story, obviously, and a brand name, big name, guy that played for Deion Sanders, obviously at Jackson State, came over to CU with him. I think people are going to get, out of control, slapping the wallet, and a lot of drafts for him. But right now at wide receiver 34, I'd be a willing investor. I think if he cracks the top 30 at the wide receiver position, at that point, I'd probably say, nah, I'm good. I'll decide to, focus on somebody else because he's going to get a little bit overly expensive as a result. Let's go to Jordan Addison. Again, he's going to miss 3 games due to suspension. So he's getting a lot of run right now in the preseason. A guy in the first preseason game, 3 targets, 3 catches, 33 yards, which just really, again, confirms that he's a damn good wideout. And he was exactly that last season. He was number 10 in total red zone targets, number 11 in total deep ball targets. He was number 19 in fantasy points per target. Strength of schedule at number 24 among fantasy wide receivers. Not great. Got 6.6 targets per game. He's definitely getting the leftovers compared to Justin Jefferson, who is the alpha in that offense. But look at the ADP, wide receiver 41, 81.66, a little bit of discount there because of the 3-game suspension. I still think he can catch 7-8 touchdowns, even missing 3 games. I think he's going to slip in drafts because of that suspension. You're going to get him maybe even outside the wide receiver top 45. And if he does slip to that juncture in the draft, you jump all over him all diggity day long because he is still going to turn a profit despite missing those 3 games. Your thoughts on Jordan Addison?
No, I totally agree, man, right? He can make his debut week 4 against the Steelers, which won't be the best matchup, but after that then, I think you're getting great value. Like you said, he can still catch 8 to 10 touchdowns. I like taking guys that are betting on themselves, and he's now in his 3rd year, so he's still going to be playing for that first big contract. And last year, played 15 games, caught 63 balls, 875 yards, 9 touchdowns. The 3-game suspension sucks, but I really like him. I like him even more because there's going to be a healthy TJ Hawkinson. I like the backfield a little bit more with the 2-headed monster, although I still love Aaron Jones. And Justin Jefferson is always going to draw bracket coverage and double team. So like you said, 3 or 4 targets he catches for 33 yards. Once he comes back from this suspension, I think he's going to have a big year. I texted my buddy right after watching the second drive for JJ McCarthy, and I was like, we're probably just overthinking this, and Minnesota's going to win the division because Kevin O'Connell is an offensive genius, and I don't think that defense is going to skip a beat. I like what I saw from JJ, man. He's such an accurate quarterback. He's obviously a leader. So I think Jordan Addison's going to have a nice year. And I think you're getting really good value because of that 3-game suspension.
And I'm going to be quick on this one because we're up against it. Calvin Ridley, very impressive. Week 1 of the preseason. Caught all 3 of Cam Ward's targets for 50 yards. You're getting him a wide receiver 30 right now. Nearly pick number 60 overall. Buy, and buy some more on the Riddler. Calvin Ridley could get a last laugh this season. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, round 8, part 2 of Spin Me Round. More fantasy talk. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to the madness. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with it. Ryan Horvat joining me, and we're going to frolic through some fantasy football here in Segate. Another edition. You spin me round, round, baby, round, round, like a record, baby, round, 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 round. Wrapping up our round 8, part 2 conversation. A lot of interesting players going this juncture in fantasy football, 12-team drafts. So we got 6-pack of players going to be breaking down thoughts on. By the way, we have our pole dancing poll question of the day, and it's also kind of fantasy related in a way. And it's asking you this: at current odds, who is your best bet to lead the NFL in pass yards this season? Odds pulled from BetMGM. Your choices are Joe Burrow at plus 450, Dak Prescott at plus 1,000, Patrick Mahomes also at plus 1,000, or Jared Goff at plus 1,200 so far. Over 260 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. And also drop us a comment. Do so. We'll read it here in the next segment. So bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Quick scoreboard update. Philadelphia won 4-1 over Cincinnati. The Yankees up 6-2 right now at the top of the 8th against the Minnesota Twins. The White Sox and Tigers deadlocked in the 7th inning at 1-1. Washington, your Nats, Horvat. They got the lead back. They were up 4-2 in the bottom of the 6th against KC. Milwaukee doing Milwaukee things, up 6-1, heading the bottom of the 6th against the Pittsburgh Pirates. Again, I'm just convinced they're never going to lose a game. They're going to be 30 games up of 500, assuming they hold on to the death grip against Pittsburgh tonight. Just insane. Cardinals up 1-0 right now against the Rockies, a low-scoring affair there at Busch at the end of 6. Arizona beating up on my guy, Nathan Eovaldi. I curse him tonight. It is the top of the 5th inning. AZ up 5-1 on the Rangers. Oh, Addy, look at your Stros getting the lead back against Garrett Crochet and the Red Sox up 3-2 in the bottom of the 4th. And that's it. We have 3 games being played out west. We'll recap some of those wagers coming up here in the next segment. But again, right now, we got to do a little you spin me round, round, baby, round, round, like a record, baby, round, 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 round 8, part 2. And we're going to dive in on this conversation. And let's kick it off with a guy. Truthfully, again, I've already featured a number of players that I purchased in the 14-team, $200 salary cap, full point PPR with 3 flex and 3 wide receiver starter requirements. And no, none of those flexes were of the super flex variety at the King's Classic Draft in Canton, Ohio, every year at the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I'm a co-founder alongside Bob Lung of that wonderful event every single year, and it's also tied to Bob's fantastic fantasy football expo. Highly recommend people come out and partake. There's a lot of imbibing, a lot of conversation, whole lot of fun, a lot of vendors out there every single year. It's all fantasy football all the time. My kind of people. All right, so let's go ahead and get into this. And yes, I got this guy on my team as well. My draft was all balanced strategy, kind of spreading the love out because of all those flex options. I wanted some guys that I felt like I could rely on, though with a ton of built-in upside. And that's the name of this guy's game. It's Matthew Golden, who could be quite shiny this season up there in northern Wisconsin for the Green Bay Packers. Right now, Horvey, wide receiver 45 is ADP in drafts conducted this month at 91.81 overall. I feel he is like one of the ultimate true Rip Van Winkles in fantasy drafts. And I think his value is only going to keep climbing. Decent preseason debut, but he might be really the only reliable, healthy option that Jordan Love has. And Jordan Love keeps talking him up, saying this dude is going to be a stud. His words, not mine. Doug Russell, who we had on last week interviewing, who covers his team out of Milwaukee. He said the same thing. Guy is going to be a stud before Love dropped the stud description. So everybody that is watching Matthew Golden says to themselves, this guy doesn't drop any passes. All he does is win routes. So is he winning your affections? Again, wide receiver 45, 91.81.
Yeah, man. 48 hours later, I somehow think another Packer wide receiver just dropped the ball, right? Jaden Reed is in a walking boot right now, although he was still doing push-ups today at practice. So that's a football guy right there. But he's got a sprained foot. Matthew Golden, I think, will be wide receiver number 1 this year in Green Bay. Romeo Doubs is going to have a solid season. Wicks can't catch the football, unfortunately. I don't know what Williams is because he's a round 3 rookie. And Christian Watson, we most likely don't see him. Best case scenario, probably until week 12. My biggest takeaway, though, was Matthew Golden played every single rep as the Z receiver. Romeo Doubs was the X. So when Jaden Reed is healthy, I think he's going to be the gadget, the slot guy. Golden's going to be out there on pretty much every snap, man. I think he's wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2, and like I said before the year's over, wide receiver number 1 in Green Bay. Jordan Love's talking him up. All the reporters, my buddy Andy Herman, who covers the team, been talking him up. So I think there's a reason for the first time in 2 decades they used a first-round draft pick on a skill position player in the first round in Green Bay. So I'm really high on Matthew Golden, man. Not just being a homer. I think he's got a legit shot to win Rookie of the Year if it goes to a wide receiver. He could have just as big of a year as Tet McMillan.
Yeah, I mean, this draft class was not, very highly rated at the wide receiver position.
No.
There was a lot of question marks. McMillan was kind of like the surefire WR1 potential guy. Golden didn't get a ton of buzz, but he wins whether we're lined up inside, outside, elite speed, evidenced by his 4.29 40-yard dash, and he has 0 drops. Most importantly, too, he's got the 4th easiest fantasy wide receiver strength of schedule. He was number 13 in total contested catches last season, and he played at the University of Texas, and that was among all FBS wide receivers. Put me on record right now. Matthew Golden, at a minimum, let me repeat that, at a minimum, is going to have 1,000 yards receiving in year 1. Steal the deal, wide receiver 45, nearly pick 100 overall. Let's go to Joe Mixon, who is fixing to do damage to his reputation because that foot injury. We have no idea how long he's going to be out. RB30, 92.66 is the ADP. So, guy, it's now slipping to the back half of round 8. Would you be a willing investor at that price, or are you still a little bit apprehensive?
Apprehensive. I'm staying away from Joe Mixon, man, right? Like a risky RB2, RB3, territory right now. I mean, last year, running back 8, 14th in snap share, 5th in opportunity share, 6th in red zone touches. But anytime a running back, at 30 years old is dealing with a frustrating foot injury, man, I just feel like that's something that's going to linger. Now they bring in Nick Chubb, who I don't know what you're going to get from Nick Chubb in the year 2025. They also have Woody Marks, who might help them out on early downs and in the passing game a little bit. So running back 2, running back 3, but I'm avoiding Joe Mixon.
I am not touching him like the plague. I will say that right now. Though the strength of schedule, the 12th easiest among fantasy running backs. But you look at some of the secondary analytics, they were just okay last year. Number 28, Andy Ack per attempt, not extraordinary there. Number 26, yards created per touch. Obviously, the opportunity share is going to shrink. Nick Chubb was in concussion protocol, I saw today. So, guys, just, the injury amp always feasting on him in some way. But, yeah, if the season were to start today, it'd be some sort of timeshare with Nick Chubb, provided he'd be active, and Woody Marks. Mark's a pretty good pass catcher. Chubb, not that guy. Chubb would be the early down guy. Really, the takeaway here is that Jaden Higgins is going to get peppered with targets as an extension of the run in the short field. That's my guess. Or maybe Noel as well out of the slot. So, yeah, Joe Mixon staying far, far away. What about Cooper Kupp? You want to talk about off injured? That's the name of his game. Wide receiver 47, 93.08 is the ADP at that price point. Would you sink a little coin in him?
Wide receiver 4 for me, but he does obviously have upside depending what you think about Sam Darnold. Looked pretty good, or has looked pretty good, short sample size at camp, but it's a new offense. I just worry a little bit about that offensive line being able to protect Sam Darnold. That's really when he struggles, is when he's under pressure. But an obvious downgrade going from Matthew Stafford the last couple of seasons to Sam Darnold. Look at the numbers, last year in games he played at least 55% of the snaps when he was healthy. He drew a 24.7% target share, 61.2 receiving yards per game. So we'll see. I think he's got a little left in the tank, man, but wide receiver 4, that's about the range for him.
Yeah, I think that's appropriate range, and I think he's going to be serviceable. I mean, Clay's got him at wide receiver 39 overall, 78 receptions, 936 in yards, and 5 touchdowns. That's doable, right? It's not crazy at all for him to reach those kind of marks and thresholds. Middle of the road in terms of fantasy wide receiver strength of schedule. Yeah, he's only number 90 in ADOT, but that's not his game. He's a guy that operates primarily in the short field, gets appreciable yak. He was 37 in that category last year, and a decent number 38 in route win percentage. Like, I'd be willing investor right now at wide receiver 47 of Cooper Kupp, knowing that I would only get decent numbers in, like, I don't know, a dozen games, because eventually he'll miss probably a handful. What about Khalil Shakir dealing with, I believe, an ankle injury, if I remember correctly? Wide receiver 48, 93.30. He's starting to, fall down the scroll a little bit. At this juncture of the draft, would you be a willing investor?
Yeah, I think he's a really solid wide receiver 3 or flex option, man. Now, he's dealing with that ankle injury, but now they're saying that he's expected to be back by week 1. Last year was the Bills' number 1 wide receiver, but this year I'm really high on Keon Coleman. I bet him to have over 4.5 touchdowns. I think he's going to see more of the red zone looks because, last year, you look at how they closed the season, weeks 7 through 17. Shakir only saw 8 red zone targets in that 10-game stretch and only had 2 touchdowns. I think Coleman's going to be more of the red zone threat because he could go up and get it, former basketball player. Shakir's dealing with his ankle injury, hoping for a bigger year, from a couple different receivers out in Buffalo and tight ends, hopefully. Wide receiver 3 or a solid flex option for me. Who knows, though? Maybe he is a solid wide receiver number 2 if he can stay healthy. I'm just worried about the ankle injury.
Yeah, I'm worried about it too. And I think Keon Coleman is a guy that could really emerge out of that wide receiver group this year. He was number 2 in yak, believe it or not, last year with Shakir. Number 10 in route win percentage. Yeah, again, push comes to shove. He's on the board in this round. I would certainly entertain him. What about Jordan Mason? He's generated a ton of buzz. I actually went for a pretty penny into my auction draft at the Kings Classic over the weekend. I think he went for like $14, and it was pretty late when people didn't have cash. So several managers were sitting on that pile of money, willing to shell it out for Mason's services. He's RB31, 95.70. Going to be working in concert in a timeshare with Aaron Jones. What are your thoughts on Mason? I think he could be a sneaky good source for touchdowns, maybe scoring as many as 10 this year.
Totally agree, man. I think he could be a double-digit touchdown guy. I think he's going to get, those like short yardage carries, the goal line touches. Aaron Jones not getting any younger. He's just got to stay healthy. You look at the 6 games where he was the lead back in San Francisco, played more than 64% of the snaps. He averaged 21.3 touches and 111.8 total yards, a top 24 fantasy option in those 6 games. Then he dealt with that shoulder injury, got a little bit beat up, man. But also, he could hit you with the explosive runs. Last year, he was second in missed tackles per attempt, top 10 there as well. So I like Jordan Mason. I think when it's all said and done, he could be the lead back. Although Aaron Jones isn't going anywhere, I think he's going to be used a little bit more as a pass catcher.
Yeah, and I think that team is going to have ample red zone opportunities. I'm a buyer in J.J. McCarthy. Yeah, Justin Jefferson, for the love of God. And eventually, Addison's going to come off that suspension. Most impressively, Mason last year, number 10 among all qualifying running backs. Yards after contact per attempt at 3.35. He can move men. All right, quickly, Jalen Warren's the last one. RB32, 96.26. Guy get it done across the board, but another person likely involved RBBC, though, with Caleb Johnson.
Yeah, I'm really high on Caleb Johnson. I need him, man, for my Dynasty League. He was my first pick. Running back 29 in 2023. I really wanted him to take that next step last year, and it just really didn't happen because he had that hamstring strain and then a knee injury. He's just got to stay healthy. I think he's a strong running back 3 candidate.
I like Warren quite a bit. I think he's going to be flexy, sexy often this year. Mike Clay's kind of projected for 56 receptions this season. He was number 17 in yak per attempt last year, number 9 among eligible running backs in yards created per touch. He saw 34.6% of the opportunity share. Could be closer to like 45 to 55. 55% for Caleb Johnson, 45 for Jalen Warren. So great value, I think, at RB32 at pick number 96.26 overall. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're going to review our cards this evening. Is it a profitable night for Ryan and I? We'll stick around and find out. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Back to the madness. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat losing money with yours truly on the broadcast tonight. We're going to be breaking down our cards here momentarily. Some good, some bad, some yet to be determined. There's some weird crap going on right now in the world of Major League Baseball. It's a 162 damn game season. So it's always a roller coaster ride. You know, one of the surest things, Horvat, as you know, betting baseball this year has been fading the Colorado Rockies on the road. They have 14 lousy wins away from the Mile High City, yet somehow, some way, it's late in the game in St. Louis. And the Cardinals coming off the high of beating the Cubs and taking the series 2-1 over the weekend. So naturally, I probably should have expected this. They were going to have a letdown, and that's what's occurring. And it's 2-1 Colorado over the Cardinals heading into the 8th inning. So the St. Louis squad will have 6 outs to try to make this interesting. I'm not going to lie to you. I made a live dive bet because the Rockies bullpen is rubbish. Rubbish! It's plus 250 right now on BetMGM. Would you fade or follow that?
I would probably follow it, man. Right? Although I don't know. I have no clue right now in Major League Baseball. It's been a really rough 2-week stretch for me where I'm ready for football season, obviously, especially college football.
Yep.
NFL player props, because even when I start to feel good about a bet, like the Nationals going up 4-2, we do a segment. I don't pay attention, and then I check the scoreboard, and somehow they give up 4 runs in the matter of 5.5 minutes. So you might want to just fade me the rest of the way in Major League Baseball. But that one I would follow, and I would continue to bet against the Rockies the rest of the season, although I hate the Cardinals so much, man. Cubs really let me down this weekend. I bet them to win that series. Brutal. Thought they were going to get themselves right, and I was wrong. So maybe I should just stay away from baseball for a while.
Yeah, I would love to do that, but you know what? We have a show to do Monday through Friday. It's called BetMGM Tonight, which you're listening to right now. People require us to actually bet, and you and I are actually real-life bettors. There are some betting shows that are out there, none on this network, because all the people that partake on the BetMGM network are actually putting skin in the game and making their own bets. But there are some, I'm not going to name names, other shows that exist that people talk gambling, yet they're getting it up with their hard-earned, cold, hard cash. We actually place bets on the show every single night. Do it. The good, the bad, the ugly, fade or follow. That is entirely up to you, as I always say. And we ride the highs and we deal with the lows. But that's the way it really should be in the sports betting world. But yeah, it sucks. It does suck. And I want football to be here in the worst way. I'm right there with you, my man, because baseball has been slowly but surely depleting every fiber of my being right now, including the St. Louis Cardinals. So they could, do me a solid. They come back and win this game on the live money line against the Rockies, or the Pebbles, I like to call them, at plus 250. All right. Friendly reminder, folks, phone line still wide open. You want to talk fantasy football with us? This is your last chance. You want to talk betting with us? This is also your last chance. Pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also sub on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it is asking you this. Let me go and shut that down. At current odds, who is your best bet to lead the NFL in pass yards? Your options were, and these odds were pulled, of course, from BetMGM, the king of sports books. Joe Burrow plus 450, Dak Prescott at plus 1,000, Patrick Mahomes also at plus 1,000, or Jared Goff at plus 1,200. Officially 261 votes cast. Horvey, who led the way?
I'm going to go with Joe Burrow, right? Monster season he's coming off of. He's fully healthy. Jamar Chase and T. Higgins are due for monster years, as they are every year when they stay healthy. And even though it was a short sample size in that preseason game, Joe Burrow looked damn good. And the defense is going to be a mess, most likely. So a lot of shootout potential. So I'll go with Joe Burrow.
Ding, 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 ding. Correct. It is Joe Burrow in resounding fashion.
Yeah.
Plus 450 at 55.9%. Second place, Dak Prescott. Also in convincing fashion, plus 1,000 at 33%. He was my quarterback buy in the Kings Classic. I got him at $12. Again, $200 salary cap, one starting quarterback, no super flex, but 3 standard flex positions. I felt pretty good about that. Patrick Mahomes, next man up, 7.3%. And then Jared Goff dead last, only 3.8%. We had a comment from Mr. Chow. And he took a screen grab of a ticket that he has in this category, as a matter of fact. And it's Cam Ward at 50-1. Would you be a buyer? Would you sprinkle action on Ward to somehow, some way lead the NFL regular season in pass yards? That's a firm pass for me.
I have to pass, but I guess I get the thinking, right? The Titans aren't going to win many football games. They should be a little bit more competitive, but you figure they're probably going to be chasing points as double-digit dogs most week. And I like Cam Ward too, right? Had a monster year last year at Miami. But no, I can't do that. My bet would be Dak Prescott. I bet Dak to lead the league in passing touchdowns. I bet the over on his passing yards, which is like 3,700 and something. I think Dak is going to have a monster year if he could stay healthy. But I also like that value on Pat Mahomes, man. I think the Chiefs are a sleeping giant this year, which is crazy to say, but I hear a lot of Chiefs slander every time I go on social media or turn the television on. So I feel like Mahomes is going to have a pretty big year this year.
Yeah, I think he will too. We're still waiting on pins and needles for the verdict on Rashee Rice, right? Is it going to be 4 games, 6 games, 8 games with a suspension? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know, Jim. I don't know, to go Tony Romo on you. So we'll find out. But, I mean, there were a lot of weapons there with Hollywood Brown, with Xavier Worthy, Kelsey in a swan song, can still get it done in the red zone. Pacheco's a pretty good pass catcher out of the backfield. Like, yeah, I kind of agree with you that Patty Mahomes is going to have a bounce back year after back-to-back just kind of subpar seasons from a statistical standard, not reaching 30 passing touchdowns. By the way, getting back to Dak Prescott, we didn't have a whole lot of time earlier on the program, so I'll expound. I love him for comeback player of the year. I think it's going to be him and Aiden Hutchinson really duking it out this year. They're same odds, plus 275 right now at BetMGM. Clay's got him projected for 4,350 pass yards, 27 passing touchdowns. I think he's going to throw 30 at least. Remember, he threw 36 2 years ago. And last year, too, before the hamstring tore and he was done for the year, the 8 games that he played, he completed 51.5% inside the red zone, which is exceptional. And he didn't have George Pickens. That was a CeeDee Lamb and a whole bunch of, what the hell are these guys? Turpin and some of the other cats on that roster were just, not up to snuff, really. He's got Jake Ferguson, who's one of the highest paid tight ends in the league now. He's got a bad defense as well, so he's going to put up a ton of great numbers. If he stays healthy, he gets back to where he was 2 years ago.
Absolutely, dude. I love that bet, man, right? And especially because they've changed the criteria, or else I would have got that Sam Darnold one home last year for a ton of money. But they're looking for guys that are coming back from injury, and that's why last year Joe Burrow won that award when any other year he could have won the MVP. Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson just had ridiculous seasons statistically, and Joe Burrow his team didn't make the playoffs. But yeah, I feel like people forget, man, because Dak was hurt again last year, that he's one season removed from leading the league in passing touchdowns. And we're still not sold on that backfield, especially now with injuries. And the Cowboys have scored 65% of their touchdowns over the last 2 years through the air. And like you said, now you bring in George Pickens, you have CeeDee Lamb, and I think it's going to be a bounce back year for Jake Ferguson. He really struggled to get into the end zone last year. We got to remember 2 years ago in the playoffs, he had 4 touchdowns in one game. So I really like Dak, comeback player of the year, passing yards, and most passing touchdowns.
All right, let's zip through our cards this evening. These are our top 3 plays of the night. Horvey, quickly, how are yours looking?
All right, so Alex Bregman over 1.5 total bags did come home. He had a homer in his first at bat, so that was cool.
Yeah.
Nationals money line looked great for about 2.5 hours, but now they're down 2 runs, so looking like a 1-1 start. And then we still got one to go tonight. Nick Kurtz over 1.5 total bags, which is plus money. Sledgehammer was Chris Godwin under 700 receiving yards. I think Abuka takes over that slot role. We had Garrett Crochet over 7.5 Ks. And we threw in a little bonus bet, the Washington Huskies to win 7 games in the Big Ten this year.
Oh, I like that one quite a bit. Okay, number 1 on my card tonight, Brent Rooker over 1.5 total bags. So I'm going with a different A. I got that at plus 100. I think it's now at minus 105. That's TBD. Number 2, it's going to come through. It's nearly over. Milwaukee up 7-1 on Pittsburgh. SGP, Brewers money line, Andrew Vaughn to get a hit. Cha-ching at minus 115. Number 3, the Valkyries, minus 9.5 on the alt line against the Sun. That isn't tipped yet. Stepping in 8 minutes in WNBA. That was a plus 100. Parlay Pete. I don't think this is going to come through unless the Cardinals wake up from their near death here against Colorado. He had the Cardinals minus 1.5 on the run line. Burleson's got a hit. That was leg 2, but we shall see. My sledgehammer came through. Bryce Terang, that was a live dive hit on air. Had a home run his first at bat. Hit the over 1.5 HRR at minus 110. Nate Eovaldi only went 6 innings. So lost that one on the over 18.5 outs. And then again, Dak Prescott on the comeback player of the year, plus 275. My other late bet that I really like, Logan Webb win against San Diego, a plus 145. So hopefully that one, Horvey, will come through.
Yeah, Logan, big game Webb. I like that one quite a bit. I got Jackson Merrill against him, over 1.5 total bags, which you could get plus 120. 6 for 10 in his career. Has struck out twice, no RBIs, no homers, but a 666 batting average. We'll take a shot with that. But I do like Logan Webb also to earn the win. Stayed away from the side, but do have that player prop. And hopefully I could get a comeback for the Washington Nationals, but probably not going to happen. I bet them plus 130 if I would have waited. Could have got them at a cool plus 350. I hate them so much.
Oh, yeah, absolutely brutal. Baseball's just killing us right now. All right, I got to exit stage left. Stick around for a bonus hour at BetMGM tonight with the one, the only Ryan Horvat. Until tomorrow, adios, amigos. Let's go. So many athletics.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
begin.
Raise up, take your shirts off, throw them around your head, spin them like a helicopter.
It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
Some zig, I'm gonna zag. All right, the theme of the night is all dogs hopefully take us to heaven. Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy.
Presented by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas.
BetMGM Tonight, solo hour. Ryan Horvat with you here for the next 60 minutes on the BetMGM Network. You could stream and watch along with the show on Twitch / the BetMGM Network. You could also find us on YouTube. If you missed anything from tonight or any other night, you could always go to wherever you find your podcast, type in BetMGM Tonight, like, subscribe, review, maybe even leave a nice little comment. And that's how we do things around here. Brad Evans done for the night. He'll be back with me tomorrow night, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern. We'll hit on a ton of fantasy football. I know everybody's got their drafts coming up if you haven't already drafted. Sometimes I like to wait until we get a little bit closer to week 1 or we're wrapping up the preseason. Now, most of these coaches treat preseason a lot differently, but there's nothing worse than having your draft a little bit too early, maybe taking a stud wide receiver or a rookie running back, and then he gets hurt in that second or third preseason game. So in most of my drafts, I like to wait a little bit, but in these dynasty leagues and some of my big money leagues, I've already drafted. So hopefully it all works out. We're going to talk some college football in about 40 minutes. Texas, the AP #1 ranked team, yet underdogs. Week 1, they've taken a little bit of money. They were 3.5-point dogs, taking on the defending champions, Ohio State, on the road in Columbus week 1. Now they've taken money. They've blown past the key number, so no longer are you even getting a field goal with them being underdogs. They're 2.5-point dogs, but the first team to be ranked #1 overall in a underdog week 1 since the early 70s. So we'll take a look at those top 25 rankings. We're also going to talk a little bit about the preseason so you don't have to do it. I watched every single game and I took notes, things that I find relevant if you're betting win totals, futures, or you're about to have your fantasy football draft. So you don't have to watch the preseason because it's a terrible product, especially the second half of these games. I went back on Game Pass again today and watched every single game and took notes for each. We do have some college football news really quickly. Ty Simpson, it's official. This from Chris Lowe with ESPN, will be the starting quarterback for Alabama come week 1. He got the news today on Monday in front of his teammates. Alabama held their first scrimmage on Saturday. Sources said all 3 quarterbacks played well, but Ty Simpson's command of the offense was especially good. And you kind of figured that was going to happen because he went from 66 to 1. So $1 would have won you 66, 100 would have won you 6,600 to win the Heisman. Now that's all the way down to, in some shops, like 15 to 1, which makes sense because it's year 2 for Kalen DeBoer. I'm still high on Kalen DeBoer as head coach of Alabama and his play caller, man. I mean, we saw what he did a couple of years ago when he was at Washington. They went all the way to the national title game. He made Michael Penix into a first-round talent. And Michael Penix, nobody was really that high on him after Indiana. He was ran into the ground at Indiana, suffered a ton of injuries, but in the right offensive system, balled out and was a Heisman candidate and took Washington to a national title game. Now, it's not only Kalen DeBoer either. He brings in Ryan Grubb, who was the offensive coordinator a couple of years ago when Washington did make that run to the national title game. So that's why Ty Simpson went from 66 to 1 all the way down to, again, in some shops, 18 to 1 to 15 to 1 to win the Heisman. Right now, Major League Baseball, a couple scores going down. Detroit up 2 to 1 on the White Sox. That game taking place on the south side of Chicago, actually in a weather delay in the bottom of the 9th. Washington trails 6 to 4 to the Kansas City Royals out in KC. If you want to bet the Nationals, they're plus 1,300 on the money line, but I don't advise doing so. They are terrible, and their bullpen is brutal. Colorado trails 3 to 2 right now to St. Louis. St. Louis takes 2 of 3 from the Chicago Cubs this weekend, and now they got a 1-run lead out in St. Louis over the Rockies. That game is in the top of the 9th. The Rockies down to their final out. Arizona comes back. They're up 6 to 5 on the Rangers in the top of the 7th. Houston beating the living hell out of Boston. They were actually plus money tonight, too. The Astros were. They're up 7 to 2. Angels up 2-0 right now on Yamamoto and the Dodgers. They're minus 200 favorites on the live line. Decent value if you want to bet the Dodgers, plus 155 right now on the live line. They do trail 2 runs to the Angels. And then just getting underway, San Diego and San Francisco scoreless in the top of the 2nd. And we got one more game on tap tonight out in Sacramento. The artist formerly known as the Oakland A's, -110. The Tampa Bay Rays, -109. So that game's a pick. Total is 10, and it's Pepiot taking on Springs. All right, there we go. That's what you get. That's your Major League Baseball. I took notes for every single preseason game. Let's try to hit on all of these, and let's start with we could probably pass on the Hall of Fame game last week, but we got to talk about what we saw in the Colts-Ravens game, because Anthony Richardson is already in a quarterback battle with Daniel Jones, and obviously Anthony Richardson has the higher ceiling. He's a hell of an athlete, but he's just not very accurate. He's got a rocket for an arm, but he's just not very accurate. Daniel Jones, you kind of know what his ceiling is. A couple of years ago, the Giants went to the playoffs, won a playoff game against Minnesota with him as the starting quarterback. But I think at this point of his career, at this stage of his career, he's better served as a backup. If I'm the Colts, man, I might be looking at the trade market, but we could get to that here in a little bit. Daniel Jones didn't do a whole lot to distance himself from Anthony Richardson as far as winning the starting gig, but he has to have the leg up because Anthony Richardson has a pinky injury. Looks like he's going to be okay. Daniel Jones went 10 of 21 passing for 144 yards. My biggest takeaway was Tyler Warren, if he could stay healthy and play 15 to 17 games, even as a rookie out of Penn State, you might see 150 targets, whether it's Daniel Jones, whether it's Anthony Richardson. It could be Riley Leonard, the rookie out of Notre Dame. He's going to eat in the middle of the field, man. He caught all 3 targets for 40 yards. There was an overturned catch that could have made the night even better. That would have been 4 grabs on 4 targets. Other than that, Eddie Mitchell showed his big play ability, had 2 chunk gains, did have a couple of drops. That was my takeaway for the Colts. The quarterback situation is a mess. I think the defense might be bad. I like their skill position players, especially Jonathan Taylor, even at this stage of his career. He's not getting any younger, but still a top 10 back in this league. But I think there's a chance they have the worst record in the league. And right now, you could find that anywhere from, I believe, 50 to 1 to 40 to 1. I like Shane Steichen as a play caller and a head coach, but he doesn't have a quarterback right now. And I think that division is going to be a little bit more competitive. We'll talk about Jacksonville here in a second. Houston's the rightful favorite. And Tennessee's building something. I think Cam Ward's obviously an upgrade over Will Levis or Mason Rudolph or any other starting quarterback that's been there since Tannehill. But I think the Colts could be bad. For Baltimore, the biggest highlight for me was Keaton Mitchell's back and he's fully healthy. They have Derrick Henry, so Keaton Mitchell's not going to be the lead back. But a couple of years ago, before he got hurt as a rookie, he was averaging over 7 yards per pop. And he had 68 rushing yards, had a touchdown, forced 4 missed tackles. He's the change of pace back. He could be the third down back, and I do like Keaton Mitchell quite a bit. Baltimore should be really tough this year, obviously. Cincinnati, Philadelphia, Jamar Chase already looks like he's in midseason form. Had 4 receptions, 77 yards, and a touchdown. Joe Burrow looked great. He looked fully healthy to start the season, which we haven't seen the last couple of years. He completed over 90% of his passes, 2 of them going for touchdowns. And Chase Brown, Brad's really high on him. Comes from Illinois, so you know Brad loves him. But he's right, man. He could be Austin Eckler 2.0. His usage is going to be insane. He had 8 touches. Granted, it's the preseason, but 8 touches. He had 3 receptions, and I think he's going to be a stud this year. For Philadelphia, obviously, you're not going to see Jalen Hurts. You're not going to see Saquon Barkley. But I'm trying to figure out who that backup running back is going to be for Saquon because the workload was crazy last year. And I like Will Shipley. I loved him at Clemson. I'm not the biggest A.J. Dillon fan. As a Green Bay Packer fan, every year I was waiting for A.J. Dillon to take that next step, to be that bruising back, kind of like a Jerome Bettis type back or an Eddie Lacy, like a bigger back, right? But dude has huge legs, huge calves. He doesn't know how to use them. So I think Will Shipley could be the backup there. He outsnapped A.J. Dillon early. He averaged nearly 7 yards per carry. A.J. Dillon looked decent as a pass catcher, actually, 27 receiving yards. But I think if you're looking for that handcuff to Saquon, if you have him in a couple leagues or in a league, I should say, look at Will Shipley out of Clemson. I think he's going to take on a bigger role in the offense year 2. Vegas, Seattle, no really big takeaways for me. I'm not going to overreact to Ashton Genty's couple of carries for nothing, but that was my concern a little bit with the Raiders, man. Their offensive line. Now, they look to fix it up in free agency and through the draft, but last year, outside the top 20 in run blocking, the case I made for Genty was last year, granted it was in the Mountain West and at the collegiate level, he He had over 1,000 yards rushing after broken tackles. He had double-digit touchdowns after broken tackles. But not a great debut. Granted, preseason game, who really cares? For Seattle, not a whole lot to go off of. Sam Darnold's going to be the starter. I don't know what to do with Seattle. I feel like they could either win 6 games or they could win double-digit games. If you believe that Sam Darnold's the guy that we saw last year, I like the weapons. Kenneth Walker, though, is already dealing with an injury that we don't really know what it is. Zach Charbonnet is the running back if he's hurt. I like JSN. I like some of the skill position players. I really like the defensive side of the ball, and I like Mike McDonald a lot as a head coach. We remember what he did a couple years ago in Baltimore as the defensive coordinator. That was a historically good defense. Unfortunately, they couldn't win that game in Baltimore against Kansas City because for whatever reason, they decided not to run the ball, even though they were averaging 6 yards per carry. With that defense, they dropped Lamar back 35 times. He throws some bad interceptions. But I like Mike McDonald as a head coach. And I think that defense, especially that secondary with Devin Witherspoon and their safeties, could be one of the better safeties or secondaries in the league. Detroit, Atlanta, no really big takeaways for me, although I'm a little bit worried on my Atlanta futures when I'm hearing that Michael Penix is being outplayed in camp by Kirk Cousins. We got Kyle Pitts running more with the wide receivers than the tight ends. I'm pretty much done with Kyle Pitts. I do think that Bijan Robinson, hot take alert, is going to have a monster year. I bet him at 13-1 to win Offensive Player of the Year. I really like that 3-game sample size with Michael Penix last year behind center. When Kirk was behind center, he couldn't move. When Penix was behind center, at least he could move around a little bit. I do love Drake London this year in fantasy football. For Detroit, as Kenny knows, I think they take a step back because of the defensive side of the ball. Love Aiden Hutchinson, but other than him, nobody could get consistent pressure, man. I don't trust Marcus Davenport to stay healthy. I like their secondary. I like Detroit's secondary a lot. The offensive side of the ball should be just fine, even without Ben Johnson, but I think they take a step back. Not saying they missed the playoffs. Last year, they won 15 games. I just don't see them winning 13 games, 14 games again this season. I don't think they win the NFC North. Cleveland, Carolina. Dylan Sampson started for Cleveland, and I'm pretty high on him, man, because we don't know what the other running back situation is going to look like. But it was all about Shedeur Sanders. That's what social media was talking about all night. There was some good, there was some bad. The good was the 2 touchdown passes. He can make the throws. The bad was him taking that brutal sack, and that's what we saw at Colorado. Now, the offensive line was terrible at Colorado, but a lot of those sacks were on Shedeur Sanders. Quinshon Judkins, we have no idea what's going to happen there. Jerome Ford didn't even play. So Dylan Sampson, I think, is a decent fantasy option. For Carolina, Bryce Young looked damn good. Pushing the ball down the field, finds Tet McMillan for a 30-yard gain. McMillan played every single snap with the starters, and that's what you want to see when you take a receiver top 10, and he's the clear-cut number 1 wide receiver. And I think he's going to be a fringe wide receiver number 2 option in fantasy drafts. Really high on Tet McMillan. Love the over on his touchdown receptions. I believe you could still get that 4.5. Washington, New England. Biggest takeaway for me, TreVeyon Henderson's going to be a playmaker. He stole the show. 100-yard kickoff return for a touchdown. He's going to steal reps from Stevenson. For Washington, they rested pretty much everybody, so no really big takeaways. They rested Brian Robinson Jr. and Austin Eckler. I think they take a step back this year, too. I love Jaden Daniels, but they're not getting any younger on the defensive side of the ball. I don't necessarily love the Debo pickup. Terry McLaurin, we'll see what happens there. Kind of out on Washington this year. Giants, Buffalo, Jackson Dart. Granted, it was the preseason, but he looked pretty damn good. Russell Wilson got his 1 series. Jackson Dart takes over. The throw of the day, a 28-yarder to Lil Jordan Humphrey. Finds him for a touchdown. Showed his legs off a little bit. Had a 19-yard scramble. There's a good chance Jackson Dart is seeing action by, week 4, week 5. Russell get the start. Jameis didn't even play in the preseason until the 3rd quarter. So I kind of like what I saw from Jackson Dart for the Giants. Houston, Minnesota. J.J. McCarthy looked damn good, made his long-awaited return. He went 4 of 7 passing for 30 yards. He's accurate as hell. He's a leader. We'll see if he could stay healthy. And that's another ultimate wild card team is Minnesota, because Kevin O'Connell is one of the best coaches in the league, one of the better play callers, and I don't think that defense is going to take a step back. I like their backfield a lot, especially with the addition of Jordan Mason to pair with Aaron Jones. Jordan Addison's going to miss the first 3 weeks of the season, but when he does come back, he's a reliable number 2 option to pair next to the second best receiver in the league in Justin Jefferson. And TJ Hawkinson's fully healthy this year. Last year, he was not. Biggest takeaway for Pittsburgh and Jacksonville was Travis Hunter actually did play both sides of the ball. Didn't do a whole lot. On the offensive side of the ball, played 11 of 12 snaps with the starters, caught a couple passes. He's going to catch a ton of screens this year, and he's going to see a lot of action. Brian Thomas Jr., though, is still wide receiver number 1 there, man. He's going to have double-digit touchdowns again this year. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk a little bit about the Carolina Panthers, and then we'll wrap up the show with some college football talk. The AP Top 25 poll drops. Texas is number 1 overall, yet underdogs Week 1 to Ohio State. Talk about that coming up. It's BetMGM tonight.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Bradley McNoise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this Manic Monday edition of the show. We're going to be talking to Anish Shroff here in a moment, breaking everything down about the Carolina Panthers. They were impressive with the first team on the field, scoring a touchdown. Then they got waxed in their first preseason game. But, it's just exhibition football. It doesn't mean jack nor squat, but still some impressive takeaways from some of the key fantasy components on that squad. So we're going to break it all down with Anish Shroff here momentarily. For the reminder, if you want to talk fantasy football with us, of course you do. If you want to talk sports betting as well, whether you're looking at the futures market in the NFL, college football, you look at the diamond action tonight in Major League Baseball or in the lone WNBA game, simple way to contact Tori and I to get our thoughts and opinions. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off a tweet or an X. So do so, again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Right now, let's jump out to the phones and talk to Anish Shroff. He is the Carolina Panthers play-by-play voice. He's also a play-by-play announcer and on-air host for ESPN. Do us a favor, would you kindly, and give Anish a follow on the X, where he's always giving it to you there, at Shroff PXP. Again, at Shroff PXP. Anish, welcome to BetMGM Tonight. Let's go ahead and jump into it right now, my man. In Carolina's first preseason game, the fantasy community got a whole lot of Ted McMillan, at least a taste, in the early going. And Bryce Young and him hooked up impressively in a couple of catches for 43 yards. What have you seen of the youngster so far in training camp? What are your expectations for him in year one? And let me just set a random line for you. Over or under 999.5 receiving yards for McMillan this season?
Well, now I need my crystal ball. I just pulled out my jump to conclusions, Matt. But I think with Ted McMillan, listen, he's going to be their number one receiver this year. He's going to be the go-to target. You saw it in a couple instances where if he's got a one-on-one matchup, he's so good at the contested catch. And you saw it in the first preseason game. He's still a rookie, and he'll make mistakes like he did when he dropped the ball in the end zone that should have been a touchdown. But the upside is there. His catch radius is absurd. What I've observed in training camp and throughout practice, you throw the ball in his vicinity, odds are he's going to catch it. He can catch it off his helmet, off his hip, down by his knees. He can catch it with one hand. He's smooth doing it. So it may be maybe a slower build. He might not be, that impact guy right away. It may take a few weeks, but I do think by the end of the season, he's going to be your number one wide receiver.
We were doing the show, watching the preseason game, and usually I don't overreact to preseason action, but I was distracted. We were trying to do a baseball segment. I couldn't do it, man, because Bryce looks so good. I'm looking at his touchdown passes right now. You could bet this, 16.5. What do you expect now, year three? Obviously some growing pains the first two seasons, but another year now in Dave Canales' offense. I think that number is way too low, and if he could stay healthy, I don't think he's going to get benched, and I think he's going to have a monster season. What are your expectations for Bryce Young now?
Yeah, I think he's going to have a pretty strong season. 16 seems really low to me, especially when you consider how he finished last season. If you factor in rushing and passing touchdowns, 10 total touchdowns, no picks over the last 3 weeks of the season. In that span, in terms of QBR, only Justin Herbert and Patrick Mahomes were better than Bryce Young. And what we saw in Atlanta, Week 18, a lot is made of that. 5 touchdowns, his coming out party, a tour de force performance, all that. That wasn't a fluke. It was a gradual buildup of the previous 7-8 weeks. When he came off the bench and when he finally got his chance to start again, it was a slow and steady buildup, right? They beat New Orleans. The Saints fired the coach. We're all going, all right, let's not get ahead of ourselves. They go and beat the Giants in Munich. The Giants then cut Daniel Jones, and everybody says, okay, let's dip the toe in the water. We're not sure if we want to go any deeper than that. Then there's a bye week, and then all of a sudden he goes toe-to-toe with Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City, a game the Panthers almost won. They almost beat the Eagles, if not for a dropped catch late. Those are your two teams that played in the Super Bowl. They had the Bucs on the ropes at home with the ball in plus territory in overtime, and their sure-handed running back, Chuba Hubbard, fumbles it away. So there were a lot of positive signs over the final half of the season, and there was this gradual buildup of him just getting better and better and better. And I said this at the top of the broadcast in our first preseason game. I said, what you saw at the tail end of 2024, that is the launch point for 2025, and it starts with Bryce Young.
I know a lot of people really like Carolina, and some people are betting them to win the division. The only reason that I can't get there yet, and I do think they're going to be much improved, is the defense. Last year, 32nd, they gave up over 30 points per game, 400 yards. If you're a Carolina fan or somebody that's high on this team, what are some encouraging signs from the offseason or that you've seen maybe at camp or just that first preseason game that makes you believe that they're going to be a little bit better this year and more competitive?
Well, that's a great question. One, you have to remember last year they were not just bad on defense, but they were historically bad. They gave up 3,000-plus rushing yards, which had not been done since 1980 by any team. I get it. We play 17, not 16 now, but still it had been a long time. They gave up more points last season than any team in the history of the NFL. Again, one more game, part of it, but still not good. Well, for starters, you get Derek Brown back, who 2 years ago when he played in every game was the first defensive lineman to have 100-plus tackles in a season. He's a game wrecker. I think the guys were saying 95 Madden rating, to put it in perspective for your audience. Like, this guy is a game wrecker. They added Bobby Brown, who they got from the Rams as a free agent, next to him at nose tackle, 6'4", 340. The guy who was playing that position most of last year was about 6'1", 300. So now you have a nose tackle who can eat up two blockers. Derek Brown demands a double team. It's going to open up stuff for the guys on the outside. They can't get any worse defensively. It's really hard to do that. They're so much better up front and deeper on the D-line. They went out and they got Turk Wharton. They drafted Cam Jackson for depth at nose tackle. So if they go from historically bad to, let's just say, average, maybe even slightly below average, that should represent a significant improvement from last year, especially when you factor in on the offensive side. Again, if Bryce takes the great leap, you can start to dream a little bit. But if he just incrementally takes the next step, it's going to be a much better football team than last year.
We're talking to the great Anish Shroff right now, all things Carolina Panthers. Why? Well, he's a play-by-play voice for that franchise, also a play-by-play announcer and on-air host for ESPN. Give him a follow, would you kindly, on X at Shroff, PXP. Again, on X at Shroff, PXP. Anish, you're talking about the defense, and that could play into the hands of one Chuba Hubbard. If they do play at least at an average level and are competitive, he might get some soul away the clock opportunities, unlike he did last year. Still last season, he saw 77.9% of the team's opportunity share in 15 games. Are you anticipating more of the same of that volume type? And what's your overall outlook for the Oklahoma State former Cowboy?
Well, there's a much better caddy this year for Chuba Hubbard. They went and signed Rico Dowdle from Dallas, who was a 1,000-yard rusher in his own right a year ago. So you got 2,000-yard backs. I think that lightens the load somewhat on Hubbard. Miles Sanders was a free agent signing a couple of years ago from Philly. It just didn't work. And he was never the guy in Carolina that he was in Philly. So Hubbard had to carry the big load. I think you have a guy who can offload some of that, especially in the second half, to keep that run game fresh. So will he run for close to 1,200 yards again? I would probably hedge lower, but I think the Panthers as a whole, with both Dowdle and Hubbard, should have a better running game than they did last year.
Yeah, definitely, especially with that defense. Again, vastly improves from a season ago. But Chuba Hubbard, I still believe, is going to be a firm RB2 in 12-team fantasy drafts. Anish, we'll get you out of here on this. Speaking of fantasy, managers are always looking for the next big sleeper on offense. Is there one player you really see as a potential breakout this upcoming season?
Yeah, I do, and it's Jalen Coker. If you look at Jalen Coker a year ago, yeah, and this is kind of maybe from left field for a lot of fans not familiar with him. He was a guy who was an undrafted rookie out of Holy Cross, was actually cut at the end of August before the rosters went down to 53, re-signed to the practice squad. He was somebody that impressed in camp, got a little banged up, finally started to get his opportunity when Adam Thielen went down. I thought he played real well down the stretch. You look at his numbers. I mean, he only played about a half season when you look at his snaps. He's been tremendous in training camp. He's gotten faster. He's gotten leaner. Xavier Legette got ejected for fighting in the first quarter of the Cleveland game on Friday. Coker steps into his spot. He has the touchdown catch. The Panthers only score. Had another big 40-yard catch that was negated by a penalty. He brought it in with one hand. What we saw last year and what we're seeing so far this year, this is a guy who makes plays. It's going to be hard to keep him off the field. He's a guy that I would use a late-round draft pick on, stash on your bench, and you know what? You get to week 4, week 5, week 6, you might have a diamond sitting on your bench, and you might have a guy who can be a big playmaker for you late in the season.
Anish, I heart you, man. That is an outstanding pull, and I saw that touchdown reception. I thought the same thing. I was getting beers with my buddy, and he actually drafted him the very next day based on that play. Right now his ADP, and this is real, folks, 269.05. He's the 89th wide receiver off the fantasy draft boards at the current moment. So deep sleeper. Anish just gave you one awesome one on Jalen Coker. Anish Roth, we appreciate all the time that you gave us and the tremendous insights as well. Again, follow him. He's a voice at ESPN, play-by-play voice as well for the Carolina Panthers. And again, follow him on X at Schroff PXP. Again, on X at Schroff PXP. Anish, again, thank you for the time, and hopefully we'll catch up over the course of the season.
All right, good luck, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. There he goes. Anish Shroff. Man, that was a great poll. Jalen Coker.
Yep.
And I agree. I'll be honest with you. And, a lot of people are like, oh, you're probably just feeding me and shoveling a giant pile of BS here, Evans. But no, this is God's honest truth. Jalen Coker, there was a moment for like about a 2 to 3 week stretch last year in the regular season, about late in the year or middle portion of the season, where his player props began to surface on BetMGM. And they were low. They were like in the 29.5 to like 35.5 yard range. And he just kept hitting the over. Was he blowing it away? No. He might have got like 3 catches for 42 yards or 4 catches for 45 yards. But it was a low threshold. I think as a player, if you're trying to unearth some of those values based on the reasons that Anish just laid out, Jalen Coker could pay a lot of dividends early on the season, not only for fantasy football fans, but also for those that are trying to find those diamonds in the rough to boost their bankrolls in the world of player prop betting.
You know what, man? I really wanted Jalen Coker, to be honest. You got to remember, like last year, he did have 4 games with at least 60 receiving yards. 6 games, he played at least 68% of the snaps, and Bryce was the starting quarterback when he wasn't benched. He had pretty good numbers. He had an 18.3% target share, 55.7 receiving yards per game. I like Xavier Legette, but yeah, he got kicked out of that game. And Coker averaged 11.4 PPR points per game. And I kind of like him as well. We were on the air, and I can't even take credit. Rob Brown was like, who's my fantasy sleeper this year? Jalen Coker. And then he catches that touchdown like 2 minutes later. But, yeah, I like him as well, man. I think Carolina's offense is going to be exciting. I know it was only 2 drives, but I really like what I saw from Bryce and that 4-week, 5-week stretch, last year. Even that game against Kansas City, they should have won. And Bryce was pushing the ball down the field. That's the thing. He's not a dink and dunk quarterback. He's going to look to move the ball down the field. So I do like Coker. I think there's some decent value.
Yeah, definitely. Coker could be one hell of a drug. Thank you very much. This fantasy football season, McMillan's a guy I think is definitely going to flirt with 1,000 yards, if not greatly exceeded, along with probably 8 to 10 touchdowns. And I agree with Bryce Young. I had a super flex draft auction / salary cap style like Cassette Evans a couple of weeks ago. I spent an obscene amount, admittedly, on Bryce Young as my super flex because I think he has a opportunity to be maybe everything falls into place, a back-end quarterback one in 12-team formats. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, bets, and more bets. You demand it, and we're going to deliver a Sledgehammer special right around the corner along with Parlay Pete. Don't you go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM the night after dark. Ryan Horvat with you. One final segment, then we'll be back tomorrow night, Tuesday night on the BetMGM network. You could check out BetMGM Tonight wherever you find your podcast. My co-host and I, Brad Evans, we're going to be talking a whole bunch of fantasy football, taking your phone calls, talking with a bunch of great guests, obviously talking betting, win totals, conference futures in the National Football League, as well as college football. Today, the AP Top 25 college football polls do come out. We were just talking off the air about the Steelers in the AFC North, and I think the Steelers are a team that's capable of winning 13 games and a team that's capable of winning like 5 games. The case that it's tough to make the case that they're only going to win 5 games because Mike Tomlin has never had a losing season. But if Aaron Rodgers shows up and looks 41 years old and completely washed, then they have to most likely turn to Mason Rudolph or the rookie Will Howard, who's already all banged up. Skylar Thompson's still on the roster, but I doubt that they carry 4 quarterbacks. But I was talking to Kenny, off the air here during the break, and if you look at the splits, the reason why TJ Watt, always can demand a new contract whenever he wants and deserves it. Look at the splits on the defensive side of the ball for the Steelers when he's on the field and when he's dealt with injuries and he's been off the field. It's literally the difference between them being a top 10 defense and them falling outside the top 20. But we were talking about Pittsburgh, man. And if Rodgers, if he gets protection, because if you go back and you watch those final 5-6 games of the season last year for the Jets, now it's not going to be 2018 Aaron Rodgers or Rodgers at 25, 26 years old, MVP Aaron Rodgers, but he's much more serviceable than anything that's been in Pittsburgh the last couple of years, really since Ben Roethlisberger. Right? I mean, we're talking about Duck Hodges and Mason Rudolph and the corpse of Ben Roethlisberger those final few years there. But on the defensive side of the ball, like Jalen Ramsey, not the player that he was a couple of years ago, but he's just going to be playing nickel. You have Joey Porter Jr., who I like. You have, Darius Slay, Patrick Queen, who they're probably overpaying, but I do like, and then TJ Watt. So I feel like the Steelers are the ultimate wild card in that division. Baltimore, if they could stay healthy, wins that division probably 9 out of 10 times. Don't sleep on, obviously, Cincinnati. My concern about them, the defensive side of the ball. I like the hire of Al Golden, but I also liked Lou Anarumo. He was the defensive coordinator a couple years ago when they made the run to the Super Bowl. I'm not sold on Zach Taylor as a head coach. I mean, he's been gifted Joe Burrow, a top 4 quarterback, Jamar Chase, the best wide receiver in the league, T. Higgins, definitely the best number 2 in the league. I think Chase Brown, like I was saying earlier, is going to have a monster year and put up Austin Eckler type numbers. Before we get to college football, the Bears, who I'm really high on this year, high on them winning over 8.5 games, which does worry me that it's a little public. Some of the reports about Caleb Williams, I'm not overreacting. Now, we don't see him in that first preseason game, but I really do like Kyle Monangai, and I liked him in college. Right now, 3rd on the depth chart, goes for 30 yards on 6 carries, forces 2 missed tackles. And again, it's preseason, but he also had the 22-yard kick return. I like him quite a bit. Now, I want to see Roschon Johnson take on more of like the David Montgomery role because we're talking about Ben Johnson taking over as the play caller. He gets the short yardage stuff, the goal line touches, but we weren't able to see him in that first preseason game against Miami, which ends in a tie, if anybody out there actually cares. But Roschon has a foot injury. And I don't know about DeAndre Swift, man, in the Ben Johnson offense, because Ben Johnson clearly wasn't in love with him in Detroit. They end up moving on from him, bringing in David Montgomery, which was the right decision, and then drafting Jahmyr Gibbs, who's an absolute stud. Colston Loveland, really excited for him. I can't wait to see how they use him. They're going to line him up all over the place. I liked him more than I liked Tyler Warren, and I think Tyler Warren's going to be excellent as well, but Colston Loveland is a basketball player. He looks like a small forward, and he runs routes like a wide receiver. He caught his only pass on his only target for 8 yards. I thought it was just encouraging if you're a Bears fan, just seeing him out there, man, because I was a little bit worried about the shoulder injury because, he had surgery a couple months ago. Luther Burden, limited snaps, but had 2 grabs for 29 yards. Also excited to see how Ben Johnson uses him. Had that 16-yard grab on a 3rd and long. You like to see that. I'm really excited to see Caleb obviously behind center and excited to see what Ben Johnson does this year with Caleb Williams because I know the knocks on him. Holds on to the ball too long, takes too many sacks. But in the Ben Johnson offense, I think he's going to get rid of the ball a lot quicker and could be the first Bears quarterback to throw for 4,000 yards. So I love the Bears over 8.5 wins. That was my takeaway. My takeaways, I guess, from the Miami preseason game, which obviously doesn't matter. Top 25 rankings, definitely have to get to these really quick. So Texas, number 1 overall, yet they are not even favored week 1. They are now 2.5-point dogs taking on the defending champion, Ohio State Buckeyes, who come in number 3 overall. But I saw this from Schefter earlier, and it was the story coming from Doug Greenberg from ESPN. But Texas is the first top-ranked college football team to be an underdog in week 1 since 1978. There's a couple bets that you can make with Texas. They are a little bit better right now. Best price, 5-1 to win the national title, which makes sense. Really hyped. Arch Manning takes over full-time as the starting quarterback. Quinn Ewers, who looked brutal, by the way, in that Miami game. He was like 4 for 16 passing. So I do think that Arch is the better option in the Sark offense, more of a dual threat quarterback. But man, you look at Texas's schedule. Again, you could take them to win it all, or you could just wait because they're dogs week 1. And if they lose that game to Ohio State, their SEC conference odds aren't going to change, but you might get a better price on the national title. It might be the difference between getting a 6-1 price and plus 750 or 8-1. Because right now, I mean, I just think that they're a little overpriced. 2 road games at Ohio State and then Georgia, and then winnable games obviously, but some tough ones. Florida, Kentucky's a cupcake this year. Texas A&M should be much better. So maybe you wait because I could see them finishing 10-2, and you might get a better price than you are right now on Texas. I really like Penn State. They come in number 2. I really like them over 10.5 wins. You could bet that right now plus 120. I think their floor this year is 11-1. Drew Aller's back his 3rd season. I know there's some people that are down on him after the playoff stinker, but threw for over 3,000 yards. Katron Allen's back in the backfield. Nicholas Singleton's back. Tyler Warren's obviously gone, but I like Luke Reynolds, who they bring in. And finally, they have some wide receivers that could actually create separation. Really like their offensive coordinator, play caller Andy Kotelnicki, came over last year from Kansas. You see what Kansas has become since he left. And they steal Jim Knowles on the defensive side of the ball to take over as coordinator. They take him from Ohio State. Ohio State comes in number 3. Obviously, tough matchup week 1. They are 2.5-point favorites at home. It's going to be the story about what it's going to come down to is their quarterback, Julian Sayin. He's a 5-star, but he's taken less than 30 collegiate snaps, and he takes over for Will Howard, who's now in Pittsburgh, 3rd-string quarterback there. But they have absolute studs, like they always do at Ohio State in the wide receiver room. Jeremiah Smith is most likely going to be a top 5 pick when he comes out next year. They still have Carnell Tate. I just want to see what the defense looks like because now you replace Jim Knowles with Matt Patricia. So we'll see what that looks like. But they never really lose at home at Ohio Stadium, and that's where you get Texas week 1. They're 27-3 since 2021. That said, I took Texas at plus 3.5. 2.5 is a different story, but I still do like Texas quite a bit week 1. Clemson, number 4 overall. I have no issue with this. You could bet a couple things. Plus 120 on them to win the ACC. I like them at 14-1 to win it all. You could take them to make the playoff, minus 145. Last year they made the playoff, and this year I think that they're much better. The difference last year was they got clobbered week 1, and then they made some changes on the offensive side of the ball. You could tell it looked more like the Garrett Riley offense, like he took over full play calling because Dabo still had his fingerprints all over the offense. But they started playing TJ Moore a little bit more and Bryant Wesco Jr. They combined for a huge season, and then Antonio Williams caught 70 balls. That's been Clemson's issue. They haven't had wide receivers that could actually create separation really since like T. Higgins left. The defensive side of the ball, they're always tough. They come in number 4. Georgia's number 5. Georgia could win it all, or, they could be what they were last year, a double-digit win season. But anytime that they don't win it all and Kirby Smart's the head coach, it's a disappointing year. We just don't know what Gunnar Stockton, the quarterback, is. We saw him play against Notre Dame a little bit, went 12-17 passing. Their win total is 9.5, but you got to lay minus 180. Don't hate that bet, though. I do think Georgia's probably 10-2 at worst. Notre Dame comes in number 6. Really excited for them. I think the defense is going to be top 15 in the country. Big fan of Marcus Freeman. The question is the quarterback position. Steve Angeli leaves kind of last minute to go to Syracuse. Now they have CJ Carr. Excited about him. Jeremiah Love is an absolute stud. You could still get him right now 50-1 to win the Heisman. I think there's a legit shot that he does that. Oregon, number 7. I like Oregon. I like Dante Moore. It's a short sample size, though. I do like the fact that he sat a full year behind Dylan Gabriel. The tape at UCLA is obviously not great, but he was a true freshman. He was 18 years old. I just feel like Oregon's always going to have a top 10 offense. Really good play caller. I'm a big fan of Dan Lanning as a head coach. They're going to be really tough on the defensive side of the ball. I think they're really underrated on the defensive side of the ball. They got a couple really good pass rushers. So I think number 7 is a proper ranking. They have a legit shot to win it all. Alabama, I think, is the best value right now. Anytime you're getting 15-1 on Bama to win the national title, I feel like you just take it. It's not Nick Saban. It's Kalen DeBoer. People are down on him. He won 9 games his first year. And I just don't think that Jalen Milroe was the right fit. Now, that said, we don't know that Ty Simpson's the right fit because we've never really seen him. But today they do announce that he's the starting quarterback. His Heisman odds go from 66-1 to 18-1. And they bring in Ryan Grubb to call plays. So I like Bama at 8. LSU comes in at number 9. I bet them over on the win total, over 8.5. You bring back Garrett Nussmeier at the quarterback position. I think he might be the best quarterback in the SEC. You get Harold Perkins back healthy on the defensive side of the ball. And if Brian Kelly doesn't win 9 games this year, he might be out. They might buy him out, man. They had huge expectations bringing him over from Notre Dame. And look how that's worked out. Notre Dame goes to the national title game last year for Marcus Freeman. Brian Kelly hasn't been to the playoff once. And he had Jaden Daniels as a starting quarterback. They got to improve on the defensive side of the ball, though. The schedule's rough, too. Rounding out the top 10, Miami. The tough game for Miami is right off the bat, though. Notre Dame, a 2.5-point favorite. Even as a Notre Dame fan, I kind of like Miami and their ceiling, man. They bring over Carson Beck. They're paying him $4 million. Concern there is he had elbow surgery on his throwing arm. That's a tough game for both teams week 1. But Miami comes in at number 10. And again, Texas, number 1 overall. Penn State, number 2. Really like Penn State's prices this year. That's BetMGM tonight. We're back tomorrow night, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern here on the BetMGM Network.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network.